Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast for the 24th of September 2022. I am as.
Hello.
Shut up, Trim. I am,
Hi,
as
everybody.
always,
Welcome
your
back to
host, Bezic,
Abuse.
and I am joined by the annoying, the obnoxious, the early Trim. Now you can speak, child.
Hey, me!
We are also joined by Ardent.
Oh, I'll try not to be too racist.
Speaking,
Too late. You're
speak,
white.
speaking
yeah,
of being racist, here's Bleach.
I'm trying to be good today, but that's not going to work.
Difference between trying and doing, my friend.
Oh no, it's more the difference between pretending to try and not giving a fuck, and having your voice break while on air.
Oh dear
We
me.
appreciate that you try, my friend.
All right, so
And I'm buffering already.
hey, buffering. Let's.
He's the buffest
see.
one here.
Is everything working? I don't know.
You guys are in bad shape.
Just making sure everything's running on the back end.
Oh, look at that beautiful channel. I wonder what kind of dashing rogue is making the content for that. Or dashing two rogues, eh?
Yes, must be some
Looks
absolutely
like some weird
talented
ginger likes to
bastards.
draw himself.
Oh, he sounds a little narcissistic.
I mean, it could be. It could
Yes,
be worse. It could
I
be some weird ginger who plays with his wood.
All
That's
on
true.
cam.
In public, on camera.
Yeah.
Now, what I like to do in my hobby and free time is none of your business, but incidentally, only...
Yes. Go watch Ardent fondle his wood and get splinters live.
Yes.
We chill him, but he doesn't do thumbnails.
Oh, I do a fine job of that myself. Speaking of which, no.
Who needs a thumbnail? Art does.
What's
if
a
you
thumbnail?
hear
I'll
a
trim those.
sanding sound in the background, you know what's going on.
Oh, there is masturbation?
If it makes a
Oh, so you got
sanding
the old
sound, you
girlfriend.
need better lube.
Yeah, no
No,
doubt.
just lower grit.
No. Higher grit. You go lower grit, you're gonna do more damage.
Shh, I thought I almost had you.
Pro
Oh
tip,
god, I thought it was the 300 grit, now it's the 40. Ah!
pro tip, if she
Meanwhile,
reminds
I'm
you
over
of
here with crocus cloth.
if she reminds you of 40 grit, you need to get tested.
Actually, if
Remember,
she's
guys,
one
always
grit,
oil your wood. Always oil your wood.
watch out for the women that make you think that she's a one grit, though.
AOC.
Because it's ma'am.
Oh, okay, not quite then.
You think about crazy wood. We're talking about a lot of wood.
Yes. Well, let's to shill. So, over at Trim's Art Shack, tell us about the most recent time lapse, Trim.
The most recent time lapse was the Red Court Vampire, a creature from the wonderful book series Dresden Files. Always wanted to draw one of those, but this piece here is actually a bit of an oldie. But I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, so I sent it up. Also, Betsy was afraid of the wrath of Susan, because as we all know, Susan hasn't seen a wang in years, and she easily gets flustered.
Yes, somebody thought it'd be a good idea to email me dick pics.
Jeez.
Well, technically not mine.
I don't care who it is.
Third-party dick pics.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yes.
I don't know if that's better.
Oh, Lord.
I don't think it's
Well,
better.
I drew it without thinking, and was like, oh shit. Well, might as well just fucking follow the fucking thing. And tomorrow, I think tomorrow we're gonna send out a video of von Skapning. Basically means freak of nature.
Yes, by
Another
which
drawing
so
for
I
tomorrow.
mean, it'll be a drawing with Trim's face cam. Sorry, what?
Yes, I'm drawing myself. Yes.
Yes, but good news, this turns out YouTube liked the Red Court Vampire, so we got 215 views.
Excellent.
Yes.
Nice.
Really surprised that it got that far. Now let's see if I ever manage to get that much ever again.
Well, you managed to score a sub from it, so fingers crossed.
Yes.
Yes, but
Though
will
I see
Trim become
someone
a
isn't
dom?
subbed. I see someone isn't subbed though. Besic.
No, Bevic is subbed. This not logged in account is not.
Well, yeah. I hope you enjoy the next time lapses, and I'm currently working on another one for the week after.
Yes. So, let's jump right into it. So, would Biden like to explain to us how this is a good thing?
Well, you see the thing.
Yes, the thing.
Oh, I know. You are
man.
high. You're
Come on,
high
man.
on whatever drugs you can find, like fentanyl, crack, methamphetamine, and suddenly it will all make sense.
What's
As
Frank?
you're dying ODing on the street.
See, recession's a good thing. That means, corn pop, motherfucker.
Food for fans.
It's too big to fail, man. It's too big to fail. Come on, man.
It's far more likely Biden would say something like, "Stop criticizing me, or I'll send you more pictures of Pelosi's fun bags."
Oh no.
Ooh. No,
I
no,
don't-
those are too
that-
old for him to have.
Oh, hey guys, did you see the clip where he actually speaks about how a 12-year-old got on?
Oh yeah, no, that's his wife, Trim.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, he was
I think
30,
it's
she
on the
was
YouTube
12.
channel John Talks.
Yeah.
On the YouTube
Yeah.
channel John Talks is a few seconds, so you get to see the people behind is like, oh, okay, I don't want to be here right now.
Yeah, she was 12 years old when she started babysitting for the Bidens.
Yeah.
So this is how the pornos actually end.
I mean, you say babysitting, but we all know it's just Biden dressed up as one.
Biden sitting?
No, she's babysitting
Oh, God.
again now.
Yeah. She's never stopped.
Yeah, pretty
The
much.
amount of diaper change never ends in the Bidens.
Okay,
Oh,
moving
dear.
away from that.
Yes.
So, this article from the twats at CNBC. Dow drops nearly 500 points to close at new low for 2022 on rising recession fears. No, fuckwits, we're already in a recession.
Yeah,
Because
no,
Biden
this
doesn't
is
just get to
depression.
redefine words. Yes.
'Cause
But
I
thought
don't know.
Biden could.
I don't know if this article has the chart, but basically before the summer bump in the stock market, we've gone back to where it had been since like May, mid May, late April, somewhere in there. And I'm willing to bet most of the stock rise was more for market trends and tourism kind of stuff rather than actual recovery. But what do I know? I only studied business for a few decades.
Well,
What the hell do you know?
Nothing.
clearly. But they're sitting here going, oh, rising recession fears. Sorry, didn't you have 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth?
Mm-hmm.
What's that again? You know, what was that before 2020?
Well, according to Corinne Jean-Pierre, it's just really a fluke. Yes, it's managing expectations.
Right, it's all okay then, guys. It's all okay. We are losing our livelihoods and our savings for a good cause.
Yeah, here we go.
There's the
I
chart.
think this is the chart you're talking about.
Yes.
So-
It's worse than I remember.
So,
yeah,
yeah.
June.
flew down until there was it was on a it's been on a downward it was on a downward trajectory from January through to July. August it went up slightly, then it went up about halfway through August it peaked where it was in April and then crashed immediately.
Yep.
Like, that's a pretty damning fucking chart.
And again, that spike is when they were. I want to say that was when they started doing the gas tax holiday stuff, where they're trying to suspend that temporarily or talking about it, and so it's like that goes along, and then people have a freak out because of some of the energy sector stuff going on in Europe, I believe. That's when it started headed back down.
An understandable freak out because the government of the world have all gotten together and decided they're going to screw everyone over because they were too fucking stupid to get off Russian gas a couple of years ago when Trump warned them.
It's this the globalist mindset. It's well, if we tie everybody together, then everything will have to work for all time, forever and ever.
Pro tip, if you're going to attempt that, maybe don't pick a country who's actively your enemy and might at some point decide to invade one of their neighbours, and then when you decide to be a bunch of cunts about it, just cut off your gas supplies.
No. That's crazy. By making them economically dependent on the West, they'll just magically want to play nice.
Forgetting the part where they weren't economically dependent on the West.
Oops.
This is a long line of events that basically is the same time and time again. Germany thinks they're better than Russia. Russia kicks their ass one way or another.
And then takes the rest of you with him.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the people who say things like China's our friend have clearly never read The Art of War and really ought to be smacked about the head and shoulders with it repeatedly.
China's not even a country in my book.
West Taiwan, you mean?
Exactly.
Well, West Taiwan is currently the world's largest empire.
Yeah, but that's because they breed like rabbits.
I have to scold the British now because it's like, damn it, you need to continue with your empire building. But no.
The British Empire was one of the best things to happen to the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look how that turned out.
Oh, fuck.
And really, Imperial America needs to actually exist rather than just be a meme for the left.
Hey, Bleach, here's an interesting statistic. Gold slides to lowest in almost 2.5 years. Fuck, what happened 2.5 years ago? Oh yeah, Biden got into office, which caused gold to crash.
Yep. I'm kind of
somewhat for the gold standard.
Well, America hasn't been on the gold standard in decades, which is kind of the fucking problem. That's how they could get away with printing $2 trillion.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Because I'm curious what the price of silver currently is, because that's much more volatile than gold currently. Holy shit.
How bad is it?
It's down to 1914.
Oh, God.
And
what? Really?
Back in March, it was about 28.70.
Fuck.
Yeah, and of course, being a genius, I picked gold up when it was close to 50, or silver up rather when it was close to 50.
Yeah.
I wanted silver for a project anyway, so I just decided to buy 2 ounces.
Oh yeah, here's a chart on gold hitting lowest since 2020. So they reckon...
Wow.
Oh, this is about just a shit chart. Because, yeah, they're saying gold hits low since 2020, then start the chart at the fucking beginning of 2022. Not helpful.
I've got a better... it's from one of the... I'll put it here.
Oh, here we go. We've got the Dow. now. So from October, fucking hell, we're almost down to where we were in October 2020.
Yeah.
Oh,
When your stock market indicator looks like a guy running up a cliff and then jumping.
When your stock market
that's a pretty bad sign.
when your stock market indicator looks like a stock trader jumping out a window.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that's
Uh,
the evolution, baby.
Yeah, now is definitely the time to.
Log says even the Taliban have some fondness for the British Empire, according to Callum's video from Afghanistan.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
And I have that thing on my watch later list for later today. I think I'm. Oh no, I'm not frozen.
and also we've got historic rate hikes mark the largest 6-month increase in 41 years.
Jesus.
Thanks.
Yeah,
this is all good.
That they've
this is
had
definitely
5
not going well.
increases in 6 months.
That should be bigger news than it is.
Yep. But they've been hiding it by going, oh, we're only going up by this little amount. Then they do it 6 times.
Yep. I mean, you break it into small enough chunks
Well-
when you do your weekly lie.
Well, if you want to start buying gold, now seems to be the time.
Not financial advice.
No.
No,
No, but if
not
you want
licensed
gold,
financial
that's what I mean.
advice.
No, I'm not meaning financial.
Yeah.
I mean if you actually want cheap gold.
Oh, look.
Wow.
The Sultans of Shadilay would like to take this opportunity to remind you that we are neither medical, financial, nor any other form of legal advice.
Bro, if you listen to me for financial advice, you deserve to get robbed. Just saying.
Trim, for fuck's sake. There are actual laws about this shit. Shut up.
Student of history says, keep quiet or the tax cows might spook.
So the last time interest rates increased this much was when Reagan was in power.
Yeah, and we're talking like what 80 to 81, so that's actually the election year rather than Reagan in office.
So, yep. So who was before Reagan?
Jimmy fucking Carter.
That
The man who was
explains
attacked by
a
a
lot.
rabbit.
Yep.
Attacked by rabbits?
Yeah. Look it up.
Really?
Oh yeah. Well, a rabbit. A swamp rabbit. But no, I mean this is kind of the fear I've been having is we're going back to Carter era fiscal policy. And I'm willing to bet, because that's when you had the gas lines and things of that nature. I'm willing to bet within the next 9 months, because it will happen after the November election. But we will start seeing suggestions of voluntary fuel rationing and things like that, which, well, we know how voluntary has gone over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we mean voluntary as in Chinese voluntary.
Yes.
It's voluntary.
Yeah. Just like the vaccines were voluntary.
Oh yeah, fuck off.
Oh, here's another one. Residents in 17 states are getting inflation relief checks.
Oh, God. What states? Let's take a look.
My first question is, how does an inflation relief check work? Oh, we've printed so much money that we've devalued our currency. Fuck, what can we do? Oh, I know, we'll print more money.
Or, oh, well, let's redistribute this wealth. That'll reduce inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that worked so well for the Venezuelans.
Yeah, are
And
you looking
the
forward to
Weimar
your
Republic.
$1 million notes, Bleach?
I mean, I'm actually looking at some Weimar 1,000 Reichmark marks. So, of course, it's California. Fuck's sake.
Yep,
I thought the
California,
Zimbabwe $1 million note was quite attractive.
Colorado, Delaware, Florida.
Of course
God
it's
damn it,
Delaware.
DeSantis.
You know,
You do.
I'm just gonna say this.
No.
While I like a lot of what DeSantis does, I am not on the DeSantis 2024 bandwagon because I don't know. I'm just not getting complete warm and fuzzies because it
No.
feels a little astroturfed.
I like DeSantis where he is, just fucking shit up in Florida, scaring the fuck out of the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want the T-Dog to come back for another round just to see how it goes.
Yep. Georgia,
Georgia.
Hawaii. Fuck me dead. If you earn less than $100,000, you'll receive $300. Thanks. I'm sure the people on $90,000 a year are really going to appreciate that.
Mhm.
Or notice.
And the people who are on...
You know, this kind of thing, isn't that just a guarantee that we'll give you all this now, but we'll tax the fuck out of you later?
Mhm.
Yeah, well, it's not even later.
Oh, immediately. We'll tax the fuck out of you with the money we give you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. Oh, you're on 12 grand a year. Here's $300. Thanks, fucker. That will pay for approximately nothing.
Joyous noises. Woo!
Now Idaho's interesting. That's redirect state tax surplus into bonus rebates for residents who filed income taxes for both 2020 and 2021.
Yeah, that's
So-
an interesting one because it seems to be the only one where it's not just blatantly going to fuck shit up worse.
Yeah, it's basically here you all overpaid for what our budget is. Here's some money back.
Yep.
Huh.
Which is
Alright,
a
that's
nice
acceptable.
refund, which is... I'd still think it would have been more useful to, I don't know, build 6 hospitals or something.
With the way Idaho's laid out, adding 6 more hospitals would leave you with empty hospitals. Now,
I don't know.
improving current ones maybe, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's such a low population, and the population centers are fairly compact for the medical services, and yeah, it's like maybe an hour or two to most hospitals from anywhere in the state, but that's how it is out there. That's what people are used to.
Yeah, but this is at least not immediately insane on the surface.
No, and it doesn't seem like it's actually taking money that didn't exist or taking money from others
Yeah.
to simply just like, here you go, here's some votes for me, please.
Yep. Then we have Illinois.
Oh, fucking A. The sucker
Oh
state.
my god.
Illinois.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
50 whole bucks.
$50 if you
Thanks.
earn less than $200,000. Oh, how fucking nice. How generous of you. That won't even fill the
Wow.
fucking tank.
$100
Oh my god.
for joint filers who earned less than 400. Fuck right off. What kind of a fucking joke? Hang on.
Okay.
It'll
Oh, no,
probably
this is
cost
state,
more
never
than
mind. If it was
50.
federal, I'd be concerned.
It'd cost more than $50 just to mail out the fucking checks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow. When you say the sucker state, you weren't fucking kidding.
No, and just for anybody who doesn't know, that the sucker state was the old nickname for Illinois, and it started by mostly us glorious Hoosiers in Indiana. It's like, you were a sucker to keep on moving.
Yep.
And
But
it
I've-
actually appears in song of the period. So
A
yeah,
tax
get fucked, sucker
rebate.
state.
A tax rebate of $50. $50! You can't even fill the fucking gas tank on the lawnmower for that much.
You can't feed 3 people at a McDonald's for that.
No.
You can't feed me at a McDonald's for that.
That explains your SWAT fats progress, but we'll
Yes.
leave that alone.
An additional rebate of $300 for homeowners if their gross income doesn't exceed $50,000.
500,000.
500,000 now. I'm math illiterate today.
And Billy Bloggs says he's heard that Florida has a budget surplus. So would that explain where these payments are coming from?
Well, let's scroll back up. It
be
doesn't
fair.
say. But if
No,
it
it says stimulus. That's not. Yeah. No, if it's a stimulus, it's not coming out of extra money.
well, it could.
Yeah, that's where the
Still-
Idaho rebate comes from.
Idaho is all right. I still don't. I still think there's probably better uses for the money, but at least they're not magicking the money out of thin air.
Yeah.
You know,
See-
like Indiana, where, oh my god, this makes fucking Chicago, Illinois look smart. They are going to give a one-time rebate of $125 to everybody.
What?
Regardless of
Slightly
income.
smarter.
Regardless of
Oh,
income.
Indiana.
Yeah.
Why? Why? You were such a beautiful state, and now this. Why? uh,
Oh, and they're
But wait,
doing it
you know-
again. Another $200.
now, I have to ask with the difference between the rebate and stimulus, because is this just excessive taxes that they've collected and they're sending back, or is this whole cloth Chicago style bullshit? That's just
It says refund, but they're like, we're going to return $125 to everybody, an automatic tax refund, due to higher than expected state revenue numbers during the 2021 fiscal year. Okay, so
Okay.
it does sound like surplus, but again, there's got to be better uses of the money than sending $125 to everybody.
yeah, that's just. But again, so it's more on Idaho's track rather than Illinois. Thank God.
Mm-hmm. Maine, on the other hand, $850 relief checks if you make $100,000 or less.
Ugh,
If you've lived there for a year, damn, I should have moved to Maine.
you should have.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Still could. Still could. I can swim across the border.
$850. And again, if you make
Yeah.
$100,000 or less, if you're making if you're making over $90,000, you're part of the problem.
Mm. Yeah, this $100,000 number, this strikes me as Trudeau's concept of the middle class, where he thinks that middle class starts at everybody who makes 125,000 or more.
Oof.
Oh yeah, no, mental. The guy's clearly not an economist. He
Yeah.
says he doesn't think about economic matters.
He's not.
Well, there's all that grease paint.
He's not. He's not. He's such a loser that the only job he could get was as a pedophile. Sorry, teacher. And then he fucked that up.
Rumor. Nothing more than a rumor.
You say that, but it looks more and more likely by every passing day when you just look at the guy.
Let's see.
No.
Student of history. Imagine being the
I know.
tax man and having to come rebate time judging on someone's rebate eligibility based on their income before you tax them. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's- Uh,
I mean, tax collectors aren't even human at this point.
Yeah,
so
Billy
it doesn't
asks,
really matter.
"What's the point of this? $150 isn't going to help much." That's the point of it. It's not going to help. It's just buying idiots for the vote.
Exactly.
yeah.
And then we have Massachusetts. They're apparently also doing a tax rebate of 13% of each resident's 2021 income tax liability. Well,
That's going
that's
to be more than what
Hey.
most people paid in.
Yeah.
Or more than what some people paid in, I mean, sorry.
no. It's going their income tax liability. So
Oh, I see. Okay,
it's
sorry.
gonna.
Yeah. So if if say your liability is say $100 rather than your base income of $5,000.
Yeah, you're going to get back
get $13
13%
back.
of the tax. Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Oh
Yep.
god.
which is at least slightly more reasonable.
Norwegian,
Which,
and even
uh,
I want to start committing tax fraud now.
Which makes it at least makes slightly more sense than sending $50 to people and $200,000 a year.
Yeah.
Fucking Illinois.
Yeah.
Soccer state needs to get fucked.
Oh god. What's Jersey doing?
If you haven't filed a return, you can still classify.
You can still qualify, which offers a tax credit worth up to $500 for
It's a
each
Jersey
child
thing.
under 6.
Doisy.
To
It's a
qualify,
Jersey thing.
residents must claim at least one dependent child and have a 2020 tax balance of $1 or more.
So you had to have paid taxes.
Yes.
Wow, so no left is
Renters
eligible
earning
there,
up
I
to
hear.
$150,000 will receive $450 checks. Yeah, so that's got to be about a week's fucking rent.
Yeah.
Rebates for crap. Oh, never mind.
New Mexico is doing automatic tax rebates as well. $500 to joint filers and head of household who own less than $150,000.
What's Bleach's favorite state doing?
Well,
New York!
New-
Glass the whole damn state! Oh, sorry, that was just a reflex.
New
Sorry.
York is
Yeah,
giving
that's kind of
property
Pavlovian at this point.
New York
It's
is
okay,
giving
Bleach, we
property
understand.
tax rebates. Fucking property tax rebates. Well, okay, cool. So you're giving money to the people who are rich enough to own property.
Mhm.
Sounds about right for the most corrupt state.
Yeah.
Then Pennsylvania.
Didn't they welcome dreamers? Welcome dreamers to New York, where you will be fucked mercilessly.
No, they don't want the dreamers. They just want the high dollar illegals. Not the border trash. Send those to Martha Vineyard.
In the immortal words of Kelly Osbourne, if you kick out all the immigrants, Donald Trump, who's going to clean your toilets? It's
Well, I mean,
precisely the mindset we're dealing with in Martha's Vineyard.
Who bathes Biden now? That's who's gonna clean my toilet.
Pain.
Let's
You know,
see.
grueling service in lieu of the Starship Trooper references every now and then. Grueling service being a Biden handler. Imagine 2 years of that. I'd rather fight space bugs.
That's it. Oh, this is Pennsylvania's kind of. So you've got to be elderly, or widowed,
Heck, in my day.
or have a disability to get your refund.
So Biden.
Okay, what kind of disability are we talking about? Are we talking about actual disabilities or the leftist definition of disability, which includes being of color, being a woman, or anything that isn't a straight white male?
Well, I mean, if you're in like Philadelphia, you're probably already qualified as disabled just for living there. Especially if you're a
Oh.
Flyers fan. There, I've said it. Ha.
Oh. Yeah, I saw something about gritty being a big thing for the commies yesterday, and I had to respond by going, no, I'd prefer Ron Hextall, thanks.
I mean, I still haven't gotten over Pavel Datsyuk retiring from U.S. hockey. But that's just me.
Datsuk was a good player.
Damn right. And on a damn good team. Now they're the Dead Wings again.
What was it Don Cherry used to call them? The Red Flyers or something?
No, it was the Dead Wings.
Who
that-
fucking
that was their name.
cares about your stupid,
do.
shitty, retard sport?
I do.
We're not talking
Are you
about
talking
rugby.
about
What are you talking
American
about?
football?
Stupid retard sport.
Yeah, we're not talking about football. We're not talking about basketball. We're talking about a man's sport, hockey. So,
Yeah.
Oh, you're hockey. All right, that's yeah. Well, hockey. I can't say shit about
James,
hockey
shut up.
because I've seen the damages people get from that.
Student of history can confirm a coworker grew up in Philly. Yep.
Oh dear.
So what's South
gritty
Carolina
chef.
doing?
Oh yeah, Billy was asking about the gritty thing. I don't know why the communists have decided that gritty is cool. Maybe they're all just furries and they don't want to admit it, so they say what their political philosophy is instead.
Yeah, fuck Gritty. He needs an octopus in the face. And
Yes,
if you don't get that reference,
What the fuck is a gritty?
It's the mascot for the Philadelphia Flyers,
Oh,
yeah,
so
no,
something that
that's
doesn't matter.
something,
Moving on.
which should not be confused with the term crusty, which is a word for the
Moving
homeless in
on.
British.
I want to know more of this. Keep going.
So, South Carolina. So, residents who have a tax liability in their 2021 returns will receive a rebate worth up to $700. But that amount's an estimate because we know nothing. And then in Virginia, to help families lower the cost of living, Governor Glenn the Fuckwit Youngkin recently announced that Virginia residents with a tax liability in 2021 are eligible to receive a one-time rebate of $250 to help families lower the cost of living. That just doesn't make sense. Definitionally.
What?
To help families lower the cost of living, you're going to give them money. Okay. I get where you're going, but that doesn't work. To help
No.
them with the higher cost of living, sure. But it's not helping them lower the cost of living. Like, you fucking villains.
That's just fucking weird.
Here's a solution. How about to ease up on the fucking taxes? Just an idea.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, yeah, anytime
actually
you have
been
surplus
looking
enough that you can
at that
refund
and-
that much money, you should be lowering your taxes instead.
Yeah, but then can you imagine the fucking
Okay.
whining that had happened the next year when you're like, ah, shit, we need more taxes?
Well, and I can tell you exactly what would happen is they would give you a tax relief, not actually cut the taxes. And then what they would do is with the next administration, they would go and say, oh, well, let's reevaluate that. And
Yeah.
basically fuck everybody up. Because it's already happened.
It will happen again.
Yeah.
Inevitable.
I gave Trim a gift. He needs to.
You gave that bitch a gift.
What?
Let's see, Billy. You were also asking about that. It's in the podcast chat.
Yeah, well, he can't say that.
What the
Oh, okay.
actual
In that
fuck
case,
did you
I will
just
simply
send?
scrape that.
I'll
throw
put
it
it
into live
in
shows.
in
I
live
got it.
shows here. Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
An
Wait,
abomination.
I've seen this creature before. And I'm not talking about Kardashian.
Jeez, I didn't see the bottom picture. Yeah,
So-
That is gritty?
that is in fact gritty.
Ooh.
Right, moving on.
Student of history says, to be fair, $200 could get me a fair amount of food. That being said, I'm a single guy and could live off ramen for a month without complaint. Listen, if you eat ramen for 2 meals a day and have a small steak for supper, you're probably going to be okay.
Yeah, until you collapse and die of a heart attack in 4 months' time from the sheer amount of fucking salt.
You say
Don't
that like it's
threaten
a
me
bad
with a good
thing.
time.
Yeah, but the dying isn't guaranteed. That's what you gotta be careful of.
Ah, well.
Yeah.
If you're gonna have a heart
Also,
attack, you
you're-
don't want to
yeah.
survive.
I don't know. My father did pretty well after his heart attack, and it was off all medications. So
No.
My dad lived 17 years after his.
yep.
Yeah. So, what?
And student of history, it's in live shows in Discord.
So, up next, we have an idiot being retarded.
What else is new?
Oh God.
Oh yeah, this racist.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
So, Benny Johnson was giving a speech about memes at the University of Iowa. And, well, The meme triggered Lefty.
Oh my god, I love it!
Oh, you're so badass, you almost fell over throwing that kick.
I've got the brain cells of a 2-year-old.
Yes, he does.
motherfucker.
Oh, please tell me they tased him till he pissed himself.
No,
Probably not. Sadly.
they were probably extremely polite about the arrest as well.
That's
Please come
unfortunate.
with us, sir. We don't want any incidents.
No.
Bring him
You
to
re-
the shower.
If you don't come with us, so I will have to ask you in an angrier voice.
I will be
Or
sterner.
else.
Or else
Can we talk
what?
about your feelings, sir? We've got a social worker here on standby.
Runs up, stabs the social worker, runs off.
No, this is
what a
America. They'd
brave
shoot him with a
person.
high point.
No, let's be fair here, Bezic. The way that guy threw that kick, he'd be afraid of the social worker.
What a fucking idiot.
He
He,
seems gangly like a breeze could knock him over, though. Look at that lanky ass motherfucker.
that's what myth. You think that
No,
you should...
that's your life on racism and being triggered all the time.
Well, are you telling me that
True.
wannabe gangbanger isn't on at least several different kinds of drugs?
Well, he
Oh,
is a
I
black
think he's
man living
huffing
in
his own
Iowa, so I
steroid.
imagine
Yeah.
he probably is.
Could you idiots try talking one at a time?
No.
Oops.
Trim's here. We can't.
Fuck you. It angers me because it's true.
Oh dear.
Shit. Sorry.
Oh, you will be.
But yes,
You will be.
wannabe Thuggerson there, definitely on drugs.
I love the still with his gangly leg, just like Like, you're using all
What
of
is
your
that on
body
his
strength
head?
with a kick. That's a do-rag.
Yep.
Although, in his case, it looks more like a hijab that didn't make it all the way down his pussy ass face.
I was going to say it was a don't rag, but okay.
All do-rags are in
peak
fact don't
masculinity
rags.
there.
Nothing masculine about that.
Nah.
I still want to know what the meme
Fun
was.
fact:
though.
do in
You
Norwegian
saw
means
it, you
toilet.
fucking
It's a toilet
twat.
rag.
Fucking
What?
hell.
I just say do rag.
No, I
means,
wasn't talking to
do
you,
means
dumbass.
toilet. Hey.
If you were talking to me, I couldn't hear you over the Norwegian noises.
I was
Yep.
trying to make a fun fact here, and you keep interrupting me all the time, like I interrupt you all the time.
Trim, if you shut up for 5 seconds and let me answer Harden's question. That was the meme.
What, Kamala Harris and a mariachi band? That's
Yes.
what triggered him?
When she...
Oh dear gods.
Yeah, because some went and stuck a mariachi dude over the video of her going out to meet her new neighbors that she had then immediately kicked out. And it turns out that triggered Mr. Crackhead.
Pain.
You know, if he was a real man, he would have just taken that damn projector and walked off with it and then pawned it. But no.
I do wreck it.
And he just like limp kicked it. That's the best part. That's like a 5-year-old trying to kick.
Oh my god, I love it!
Thinks he's...
Over.
I wish he'd fallen over and then just like the lady there that's sitting close just like picked up a chair and then sat on him.
Yeah.
Just pin him to the floor.
Look how quickly he tries to get out there. You know, trying to be, oh, I'm so tough, I'm so tough. Oh.
Here we go. Here's the meme.
Look at my face! Oh my god, I love it!
Oh, it's your campaign boss. Okay.
El Víctor Ranchero.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, I love that. That's yeah. All right, I'm watching that one again later on my own time.
Oh my god, here we go. They got the arrest report. Its name is Travell Dupree Wright. Yeah, that sounds
Wrong.
like...
Of course it is.
He is very bright.
Oh, I like the fact that he's got a similar name to a man arrested for killing 3 in Minnesota.
Yep. Oh,
That's a
dear.
good start.
There's the one.
Thanks,
Travell Wright
Google.
criminal complaint.
Well, we've got it here.
Disorderly conduct.
Here we go. It is 5'11" and weighs 150 pounds. Oh, it's blonde. It's blonde under its doo-doo rag.
Aww.
Okay.
I mean,
So
oh.
it's not just it's a ginger too.
Question is, does it have a soul?
No.
Who?
Oh no! This
Juice.
is what Ruby Rhodes from Fifth Element basically
Rock.
made real life.
Oh, God.
Oh God.
No, not that talented.
Dallas!
It has been jailed.
Excellent. Male or female?
Good we use gender neutral pronouns, Bezek, so we don't get its wrath.
Yes, it. It is a gender neutral pronoun.
It is. We're being so progressive here at Sultans of Shadilay.
Mhm. So,
Student of
yes.
history says so. He's 3 inches taller and 40 pounds lighter than me. Neat. Yeah.
Yep.
Again, a small breeze could knock him over.
Oh, he's
I-
got
I
driver's
believe
license
he,
restrictions. We're going to find out what Indiana driver license restrictions are.
You mean
And
Iowa.
the technical term for a man built like that is stringy.
No, that's not a man.
Gangly, perhaps.
Well,
Indiana driver's license restrictions. Let's see. So we've got B2. So let's see. B. Glasses or contact lenses. The driver must wear glasses or contact lenses while driving. Restriction 2. Habitual traffic violator. Restriction 2 indicates that the driver is subject to alcohol chemical testing if requested by a law enforcement officer while operating a motor vehicle. In addition, the driver must not operate a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.02 or more. At the time of the application
Holy
for a
shit.
credential, the driver will be required to sign an affidavit acknowledging his /her obligation to submit to blood alcohol testing. Whoops!
Well, you know,
Yeah, this is classy guy. It's a drunk driver, and what? I'm trying to see if his age is in here. No, it's not.
No, it doesn't have
But-
date of birth. That's a shame.
So under 25, though, I'm willing to bet.
Yes. Driver's license class C. I assume that's standard cars.
Yes.
Just seeing if there was anything else. Shame we don't have the date of birth.
Yep. Or at least the year. That's all I really care about.
Yeah, the year would be helpful. Oh, there you go. Oh, we've got
Oh,
it.
no.
19, because we can get the arrest dockets.
Yes! Thank you, Iowa.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Travell Dupree Wright. We've got his address.
oh, they
Oh,
did tag him for the damage too. That's cool.
Yep.
Disorderly
Hey, good.
conduct.
And criminal mischief.
hey, we
Wow.
can't be accused of doxing here, could we?
No,
No,
this is
it's public
completely
information.
knowledge.
Just remember,
Lovely.
leave him alone. Don't contact him, but definitely make memes.
Oh yes.
Make
Meme-
memes and laugh at him.
Oh, Catlet Hall is on campus housing for the
Oh.
University of Iowa. So the fucking idiot's a
That's
student.
familiar.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really surprise me.
So yeah, not much of a shock. I'm going to shut down these people's meetings, but by God, don't anyone ever try to shut down one of mine.
Mm-hmm.
Callum Dagen's
I'd like to know what
what's
he's
this?
majoring
Who's done
in,
what
to be
now?
honest.
Hold on. I'll show you. So since we've had some people pop in. Here we go.
Edito relleno lo más mexicano, más mexicano.
So
Oh, he's got glasses on.
yeah,
Holy! I just noticed that.
he does, and we can confirm this based from his
Driver's restrictions.
driver's restrictions.
And I'm willing to bet from all the rips and tears in his various pieces of clothing that he's actually probably well off.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
He's
Well,
not.
he's also a
He's
student,
19
so-
and a student. So for anyone who missed it, it gives his driver's license restrictions as B and 2. So B is you gotta wear glasses, and 2, restriction 2, habitual traffic violator. Restriction 2 indicates the driver is subject to alcohol chemical testing if requested by a law enforcement officer while operating a motor vehicle. In addition, the driver must not operate a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.02 or more. At the time of the application for a credential, the driver will be required to sign an affidavit acknowledging his/her obligation to submit to blood alcohol testing. So what that means is that our 19-year-old dipshit has been caught drink driving so often that they only gave him back his driver's license on the condition that they are allowed to blood alcohol test him any fucking time they feel like if he's driving.
And it's even more amusing since he's 19. He's underage in the US.
True.
Bullshit. But it's like,
That's a good point. Yeah.
just yeah, special.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's really special. Mama special
So
boy.
yeah, I'm not sure what specifically the limit is in Iowa, but it'll be either be somewhere but the regular
Oh, it's
limit.
0.08.
0.08
It's
in
0.08.
Iowa. Yeah,
Yep.
so this guy has been caught over 0.08 several times.
and underage. So that means not only is he driving drunk, he's a fucking moron and gets caught all the time. Good
Yep,
job.
he has been caught repeatedly driving drunk, underaged, and as in order to get his driver's license back, he has agreed that to be breath tested at any point and to stay below 0.02 because he can't be fucking trusted.
Oh yeah, the self-control of this kid is on full display.
And literally as a kid, 19.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumb
it's-
as a sack
you
of
would
shit.
never call that a grown ass man. Not with that
No.
behavior.
More like,
No.
unless you're an absolute lefty.
Single mother. No father figure.
Guaranteed.
Quite possibly.
All he really needs to do is dress like Ruby Road from Fifth Element, and I mean, this is like the perfect guy. That's the living meme.
Hmm.
Yeah, but Ruby Road was kind of a. You're talking about that black guy, flamboyant
It's-
guy
it's-
from
yeah,
Fifth
Chris
Element?
Ruby
Tucker,
Rod. You're driving me insane.
Yeah.
It's Ruby fucking
But,
Rod.
but he was kind of,
sorry.
despite being a bit of a twink though, he got down with the women quite often. He does. This guy doesn't really look like that. Only in looks.
True. Well, hey,
Anyway.
I mean, Trim,
Nothing
there is a
strange.
picture in the podcast thing for you to enjoy. So there you go. Tell me, you just put glasses on, and that's not the same guy.
Oh dear.
He lacks the charisma.
I mean, he lacks the masculinity.
That too.
He lacks the upper body strength.
That's why he had to kick it.
Hell, he lacks the stability on his feet.
Yeah.
You know, in honesty, this kid is basically just a shadow of what Chris Rock's character is.
You mean Chris Tucker?
Chris Tucker, yeah. I'm not good with names.
Yeah. Damn, I got.
Just don't say they all look the same.
So moving on,
Probably for the best.
because Trim
Yeah.
can't be trusted.
Yep.
Oh, this one was glorious.
Hey!
Oh yes.
Don Lemon in freeze mode.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, this is a beautiful.
Beast mode.
3, 2, 1. And then you have those who are asking for reparations for colonialism, and they're wondering, $100 billion, $24 billion here and there, $500 million there. Some people want to be paid back, and members of the public are wondering, why are we suffering when you are, you have all of this vast wealth? Those are legitimate concerns.
Well, I think you're right about reparations in terms of if people want it, though, what they need to do is you always need to go back to the beginning of a supply chain. Where was the beginning of the supply chain? That was in Africa. And when across the entire world, when slavery was taking place, which was the first nation in the world that abolished slavery? The first nation in the world to abolish it. It was started by William Wilberforce, was the British. In Great Britain, they abolished slavery. 2,000 naval men died on the high seas trying to stop slavery. Why? Because the African kings were rounding up their own people. They had them on cages waiting in the beaches. No one was running into Africa to get them. And I think you're totally right. If reparations need to be paid, we need to go right back to the beginning of that supply chain and say who was rounding up their own people and having them handcuffed in cages.
Oh, yeah.
Didum.
Oh.
Oh, that just
Yeah, that's beautiful.
the NPC look that Lemon was experiencing. It was just like basically a forever loading screen.
You could see him going, I want to
You
call her a
could see the
racist,
blue
but
screen
she's already...
disappearing.
Could I speak, Trim? you
Hey,
could...
it's not my fault the internet makes a lag again.
I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. Dear. Well, I can't even remember what I was saying. Thanks.
So something
Oh,
about
seriously, I don't know what. Fuck. I don't know what the problem is. Apparently, there's a lag over Discord again. I don't know why it happens. This internet on this place has not been good lately.
I blame the final millimeter.
the malicious millimeter.
That's what my girlfriend called it. I mean, what?
Oh, fuck, fine.
Oh,
Fucking
God.
fine.
Oh, Don Lemon Party. Always change your expression, because you can't.
Yeah, well.
Oh, that's right, you don't have a job anymore.
But he's fired?
Yeah.
Oh, glorious.
You too?
I know Stelter got fired. I didn't know Lemon had gotten fired.
Yeah, I've been kind of in and out of news here last week. But I thought he was removed.
I'm pretty sure he lost one of his jobs. Something.
Yeah, I thought
okay.
like the night show was removed.
Yeah, something happened to him that he's really fucking salty about.
I mean, I thought it was the English reparations.
I mean,
Well, he was clearly salty about that.
So, yep, Lemon Party was removed from his primetime slot and canceled his show, Don Lemon Party Tonight.
fucking idiot.
Squeeze him harder! Squeeze him out!
Billy Bloggs got it right. Don Lemon got diversity fired.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm saving that one. Thanks, Billy. I'm stealing the hell out of that.
Right. So, Christopher Everard did a thing.
Ooh, yes.
Yes, he did.
And if I get copyright claim for this, Everard, I'm fucking coming for you.
I asked him yesterday. He said the music isn't copyrighted.
Ooh.
Not gonna stop YouTube.
No. Fair point. So just make Christopher favorite point.
That is so fucking cool.
I like this one.
Gods, demons, monsters. It's shit fucking. I'm looking forward to when this shit gets translated.
I'm enjoying the parallax.
I don't see Greenland.
And this is the art book trim.
Yes, it is the bestiary. Telling
Yes.
about the different monsters and the entities.
Right. So, what do you think?
Fantastic.
Yes.
I
Very
want it on my
nice.
shelf, so everybody give money to this Kickstarter.
Or
Yeah.
Trim will talk over you with impunity if you don't help this Kickstarter.
Yes, very nice.
Yes,
Where was the bit?
intentionally.
Where was the bit that I enjoyed? I think it was.
The spider?
Yeah, this one. With the leaves actually with the parallaxing. This spider. The animation is a bit too jittery, but.
Does this remind you of home Bezic? Walking outside, giant spiders, drought
So-
bears.
No, spider's too small.
I think that one of those spiders are the good guys, if I remember him correctly.
Yeah. So.
Callum Dayton is trying to set up a fight between Christopher and Shad.
So-
Let's go see.
Why not both?
So, since we're here, well, we'll educate Mr. Everard because he's done a very good job, but he has missed a small trick that would make him extra successful.
Spider tits.
Yes,
No.
for which
Fuck you.
you can recruit Trim. So, one interesting feature you can do with the YouTube, if you go to your settings, so obviously you set the video, the language of your video. So for Everard, the primary language would be French. So what you can do is you can actually go into the settings here and change some things up. So you could add a language, like, say, well, in our case, I'll do the reverse.
Hungarian.
Instead of adding English, I'll add French. Then what you can do is you can add the title and description translated to the appropriate language.
Excellent.
So, on Mr. Everard's, we can see trailer, Les Realms Demoniques, which is, what was it? The Demon Realms. And then it's got, at least French, you could, I probably couldn't pronounce it to save my life, but at least you can read it. The trailer... let's see, announcing the trailer...
announcement of the trailer for the
the announcement of the trailer for the Kickstart campaign for my art book. Rendezvous, yep. arriving 15th of December on Kickstarter. Linked to my campaign. Trailer made by whoever, and then Chris says, I didn't know about that, but forgot to do it for this video. Was too excited. Understandable. It's a very nice trailer, but I would highly recommend jumping into the back end and whacking on the details, because that will give you.
This is so.
That will make you more likely to get recommended to people whose language is set to English, and if someone who speaks English clicks on it, they can read it. Because not everyone is a smart.
Consider this. Oh, God. Fuck it. I'm dropping off the PC and I'm going on the phone internet because this lag is pissing me off now.
I keep stopping to take a breath, and Trim goes, my turn.
Yeah, but then of course it's an open room and it's like fucking over. Oh, I'll be right back.
See, Trim doesn't believe in the pregnant pause. He believes in the aborted pause. You just go in, just rip it right out.
Yeah, I also don't think the problem is the device. I think the problem is simply the fact that the internet is currently being stretched around the entire planet.
Yes.
Fair point.
Quite literally, I can point at my floor and potentially be pointing directly at the bottom of Bezik's feet.
I checked. What's directly opposite of me is ocean, but close.
Same. Yeah. I think the closest Australian town to where I'd be pointing directly downwards is like Albany or something.
Yeah, probably. So yes, after 4 novels. So it's very nice. Though the editor did miss a trick when they brought the text in. Would have been the trick would have been to bring both languages in at the same time with the zoom, but still it's very nice. And
yes, but you have to understand that the French consider themselves superior to everyone else, so they're not going to do that.
But Everard isn't French.
Oh wait, sorry, I'm speaking as a Canadian.
And you're speaking about a Belgian, so
Yes.
Yeah, fair point. I heard something go dong. Oh, there's Trim.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
ahoy hoy.
Hopefully this fucking works.
So yes, upcoming project, art book, Les Realms Demoniques. The Demon Realms. Oh, look. It's actually got it actually says Demon Realms in the picture over here. Oh, very pretty.
Good morning, UCY Beta 1.
Yeah, hey.
I mean, you can understand why I'm excited for this, right?
Yes.
No, actually not at all.
Oh.
Yes, but yeah, here we go. He actually remembered to put the translation in the description because he's learning. He's doing his bestest. Unfortunately, he is held back by speaking Surrender Frog.
Well, at least it's not Martha's Vineyard's new language.
Spanish.
No, I'm pretty sure the people in Martha's Vineyard were speaking some very strong German.
No, I have a feeling that it was more, oh, yes, let's speak like, we're from Boston.
From Boston. From Southie?
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. So Chris says, well, normally it was supposed to be that way, but the man who did my trial had issues recently, so I finished it alone. The bad things, translation, etc., is made by me. But you at least remember to put it in translation in. Very smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Although it looks like he's using Comic Sans.
I don't think that's Comic Sans, but he's definitely using a
It's-
comic book font, which we will forgive him for since he's essentially making a comic book.
Exactly, but still, it's like I see that arced F, and there's just a part of me that dies inside.
Yes. Well, actually, when I'm occasionally when I do read a comic, it's like, Comic Sans. Oh, wait, hold on, it's a comic. Because so many idiots use it inappropriately. Interestingly, apparently Comic Sans is good for dyslexic people because it fucks up the letters so violently they can't confuse them.
Oh, that's cool. That's actually all right. My stance on Comic Sans has changed.
But it still looks awful.
Oh yeah, but it's like okay, it's a useful tool instead of just nightmare fuel.
Yeah. They actually developed a font for dyslexic people. I went and had a look at it when I was putting together some stuff because I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be cool to expand or to be able to include people like that? And I'm not fucking paying that much for a fucking font.
Oh, God.
Fucking any moment you have to bleed someone, you fucking bleed them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some quality fonts that I've purchased over the years, but they're very contextual for myself. Some very interesting historic fonts, but I have a hobby of recreating packaging from various time periods for my hobbies. So, and then making a profit off of it.
Money.
So yes, we can see quite the art in possibly slightly earlier stages in some of them, but it looks very nice and very promising.
I kind of like the early concept artwork with a lot of stuff like this, though.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing the different demons and monsters in this because from what I've heard, this shit gets it gets epic. The main villain design is fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Dragons fighting. Oh.
And then this massive fucking ethereal looking demons just hanging over like, yo. That's a tasty everything you have there.
So Everard says the black and white art's from the novels. Ah, I see. Cool.
And then the art book will be in full color.
Ooh,
excellent.
Yes.
You're starting to come around, I hear. You're starting to understand my position.
No, not at all. But we're gonna talk over your
Do you understand your position, Trim?
Barely, but
yeah, exactly. How are we meant to? What chance in hell do we have?
Well, that's more of a your problem than me.
Oh dear. Look at this. If you type Christopher Everard into the Google tubes, you get the opportunity to buy books. And it's out of stock. God damn it, Everard.
More books. We should get them translated soon.
Damn it.
Oh, Waterstones. Hey, that's actually a big one.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure Waterstones is one of the bigger bookstores in the UK.
That's pretty fucking cool.
So there you go. The book is 316 pages and costs £17.55. And it's in Surrender Frog.
Although I think technically though, this is Conquest Frog.
It's true.
Not Surrender Frog, because at least the Belgians did something in both World Wars.
Yeah.
Not as much as they should have, but
German doormat in the first one.
What?
What? Did I say that aloud?
I'm staying out of this. This is clearly some sort of European thing.
It is.
Oh, but see, you get dragged in before I do.
That's true. I'm far closer.
We're getting historical here. But yeah, if I remember correctly, the plan with the bestiary was to sort of go before another project to try to get the books translated, so you can make enough money to translate the books. I mean, just look at the fucking artwork there. God, I want those books.
What's stopping you?
He doesn't
They're in
speak
French.
Swamp Frog.
Exactly.
This is why you need to learn Swamp Frog.
Fuck that. I'd rather learn German, and I don't want to learn German.
German
I'm
would
going
be
to learn
easier.
both, Trim.
Shut up, Trim. You'll have to learn Chinese soon.
Yeah, you're gonna need to know Cantonese, or sorry, Mandarin before too long.
I
Billy
eat
Blogs
mandarins.
asks. Billy Blogs is asking, how did we end up with those arrogant frogs in Canada? We didn't push them far enough south.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have all ended up in Louisiana, and, well, everybody knows what fun Louisiana is.
Speaking of fun and games, man wants to defend himself in fatal Wisconsin parade attack.
Oh, please, let him. Let him.
God, yes. Yes. So, the piece of shit whose SUV drove itself through a Christmas parade wants to represent himself in the trial. That's scheduled to begin in a little more than a week.
Do it. Fucking
Let
do
him.
it.
Fucking let him. Let's see how far he goes.
It's not clear what impact of the motion, if granted by the judge, will have on the October 3rd start date for racist piece of shit's trial. 6 homicide counts.
And 70 other
70
charges.
other charges.
So, the motion is the latest development in a case which has seen bullshit. So, dipshit changed his not guilty plea in June to not guilty by reason of mental disease and defect, but 2 weeks ago withdrew the insanity defense. Well, of course he had to withdraw the insanity defense if he wants to defend himself. If he wants claiming that he's insane and wants to defend himself, well, that's not competent counsel. They can't let an insane person defend themselves.
No. Yep, and you know, it's like, oh yeah, he drove it through the Christmas parade. No, a racist did a terrorist attack against a mostly white community.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Committed a hate crime, I think they call that too.
Yeah.
But reverse racism, guys. Reverse racism doesn't count.
Reverse racism is just a fancy way to say fuck white people.
Yes.
I'm also fairly sure he kept that
there's
truck
no
in
such
drive the whole time.
There's no such thing as reverse racism. It's just racism.
It is. Yeah, I mean, what you said does it. But trying to copy the leftist talking points, and I can only feel my brain melting more than usual.
Yeah, we're talking
yes,
about.
You see why I did one. We are talking about Waukesha.
Yeah, let him defend himself so we can just hang him.
And he fled the scene. Yeah, we all remember that. But you know what? This is one of those moments where I just want to point out, and you know, this is kind of a pet project of mine. I'm working on. Notice how much left wing and type of violence, and I'd probably classify this guy as left wing. Violence there is that gets swept under the rug, that just gets completely ignored. Because we've got the North Dakota case with the 41-year-old who ran over the kid.
We've got the guy who's out on fuck all bail after admitting to shooting that young fella for being a Republican extremist.
Running him over. Yeah, he ran him over.
Hey, and one of his defenses for not having to pay said, "I have a family, people I care about, houses."
So did the guy who murdered you, piece of shit.
Yeah, everything that kid does not have anymore because of you, you piece of fucking shit.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, it's like, okay, let him out on bail or bond, but it has to be $1 million. Yeah, that has to be the threshold for that. But no.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair, Callum. Saying now, Bleach, the left doesn't cover up its own fault. It just piles on another dozen bodies on top and pretends ignorance. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, no, they just blame Trump.
Oh, well, yeah.
Rent free for 6 years now.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to remember the case you see at Why the One is referencing the South Carolina where
The one that they constantly bang on about going very nice people, isn't it?
oh no, that's Charlottesville. That's Heather Heyer, the woman who got herself in front of a car because the driver was being threatened by a firearm by a university professor.
Yeah, isn't that one?
No, that was Virginia. That's Charlottesville, Virginia.
Yeah,
I did a video on my channel
Yeah.
ranting and raving about.
You see why Obi-Wan might be referring to it, though, because it's always Charlottesville that they bang on about. Like, there's
Oh, yeah.
never been anything else.
Yep. Yeah.
Charlottesville, their
Yeah.
favorite go-to.
Student history says guy had the balls to complain about 50k bail after running an 18-year-old kid over while he was on the phone with his mum. Now let his bitch ass sit in jail. Get used to where it'll be for a while. Usually what I've been doing is like, that was way worse than killing mothers holding their children in a Christmas parade.
Yeah.
Oh. Just
Yep.
imagine being that kid's mom. Just, oh yeah, I'm going to listen to my kid running away from a psychopath in a car.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that guy, he deserves to get out. He deserves freedom. A short freedom tied by a rope and then stop after a short drop. That kind of freedom.
Yeah, he did hit 30-something. This guy hit 30-something people. Because
Yep.
we're currently talking about two different instances. There's this piece of shit who ran over the Christmas parade last year, and then there, more recently, is a guy who, let me see if I can find it, who ran over a kid because he was a Republican extremist.
Yeah,
Both of them
after
should
a
be
street
hanged.
party in like in kind of rural urban North Dakota, which that sounds like it's small town North Dakota.
Right, here we go. Man admits to running over teenager who's suspected of links to extreme right political group.
Oh, God.
Accused tells investigators he
It's
fled the
okay.
scene after hitting him but returned to call 911.
Yeah. So not only did he commit a terrorist act,
Mm-hmm.
he also ran away like a little bitch.
And then came back trying to allay blame.
Yep. Came back to try and get away with it when he realised, oh shit, people saw me.
Yeah.
This,
Because you were fucking
this is exactly
stalking
what
the
the
dude.
Democrats wants.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking.
Oh. Like Callum says, Lotus is covering the subject. Well, okay, let's have a look. Because I'm certain... Oh, yep, it is that piece of shit. Yoink. Oh, yeah.
Seems fair.
Russians
After,
are rolling
Broken
in
Crown
gas.
Last night, we all went and rated Sargon's live stream.
Nice.
I just wish he'd left that up because that was an epic live stream. What, the last 10 minutes I could catch after getting off a plane.
Wait, he deleted it?
Oh,
Yeah, he said some things.
It got
Oh.
it got spicy like we always miss.
It
Yeah.
got dangerously true, is what it got.
Exactly.
Fucking pussy. That explains why I couldn't.
No, I understand where he's coming from with something like that.
Yeah, here we
Uh,
go. So, Fox News. Okay, Fox News via the New York Post because it was like New York?
Fuck New York.
New York
Yeah.
Post. So, dipshit killed Kayla Ellingson, 18, because he was part of Republican extremist group, say the cops. A North Dakota man charged with killing a teenager using his vehicle has reportedly admitted to intentionally hitting him after a political dispute, claiming the boy was part of a Republican extremist group, also known as Anyone to the Right of Stalin.
41-year-old piece of shit killed 18-year-old Kayla Ellingston in
Early Sunday
McHenry with
night
an
in
SUV in an alley.
So he chased him down until the kid tried to run into the alley to get away and then ran him down.
Yeah, and he's only being charged with vehicular homicide. I'm sorry, this is murder one.
This is
intentional.
this is straight
Yeah.
up first degree.
I don't know if necessarily murder 1, but murder 2
No,
certainly. It may not have
it's
been
murder
something
one.
No, no,
It's
this is
premeditated.
premeditation.
This is premeditated. He
Yeah, this
he
is not a crime of
stalked
Yeah,
him.
This
okay,
is
and then ran him
premeditated.
down.
Yeah, I was thinking of the time scale, but yeah, you're probably right. It probably is first.
Yeah, he's claiming he was drunk. Yeah, that's no fucking excuse.
Well, authorities said he was allegedly drunk and died. Yeah, which is why we should just stack more charges.
Well,
Yeah.
and you got to question: was he drunk before or was he drunk after?
Yeah,
And-
that's a good question. Did he fuck off to get alcohol after he hit him? Is that why he ran away, then came back to call 911?
Yep. Oh, and fled the scene and was arrested at his home.
Uh-huh. And of course, court documents... Oh, do we have the court documents?
Ooh.
That would be
Nice.
That doesn't seem...
Peach is excited with court documents.
This is not the right link.
That's my kind of
No.
court document.
Oh, I mean, yeah, she can court me anytime.
She's a bit dead.
Yeah, I was going to say she is a little bit murdered. So
I'm dead. I didn't know you had Biden's taste.
No. He's
she's too
fresh.
old for him.
yeah, Biden sniffs the friggin' adrenochrome directly through their
Yeah,
scalp. these days.
so Based Monkey says, this douche murders child. Also this douche, other people are extremists.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Propaganda of deed. That's what he basically committed.
Yep. So, Ellingson's mother told police her son called her before the crash, asking if she knew him. She said she did, but that she did not believe her son knew him. He fled the scene of the incident, was arrested at his home.
So he killed the son of someone he knew.
Yes.
Mhm.
What an absolute piece of filth.
Don't insult filth.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's lower than filth? Other
Communists.
than Democrats.
Dirty, filthy communists.
Pedos?
Callum Dyson
Oh,
says,
there we go.
again,
Communist
this
pedos,
cunt
that'll do.
killed someone because they weren't communists, correct? Pretty much. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
UCYB1 says,
Right
like I
among
said,
there.
town of 200 people.
200. My God, that's a tiny town.
Yeah.
I'm-
So the guy
This
knew
guy's
him.
out on bail?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's
Fuck
still
all,
walking
too.
around? Billy
I'm-
Blogg says, I bet he's a Young Turks fan. I wouldn't be shocked.
Oh, yeah.
So we've got the
We've got a
declaration
fetish
of
for blonde
probable
Armenians.
cause here. So let's see. The vehicle/person was stopped for a driver of vehicle at residence in Glenfield when interviewed and played us on arrest. Fine gives rise to probable cause to charge the suspect with criminal vehicular homicide, felony involving a motor vehicle, and duty in accident involving death or injury.
And I swear I just saw that this piece of shit had a GoFundMe, but I might have just read too quick.
Yeah, you might have.
Also, it does.
Well, we'll have a look at what the Lotus beaters say about it. So yeah, the piece of shit has been released and started scrubbing his social media. Oh, we've got the search warrant.
Ooh.
Let's see how helpful this becomes, eh?
Search warrant. Affidavit having been made before me, blah blah blah, that there is reason to believe that on or within the premises known as whatever Glenfield or on or within the property known as 2003 Ford Explorer, and then I assume that gives details such as the red John or VIN number presently located at, I'm going to assume his address. There has now been concealed evidence of property, namely evidence of striking a pedestrian, resulting in fatal injuries, described with particularity in the attached and incorporated exhibit, which is evidence of crime, blah, 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 blah. You are hereby commanded to search within 10 days, premises and property named, serving this warrant and making the search during daytime only if the property, blah, 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 blah. Cool. So that's the authorization.
Mm-hmm.
And we have... Okay, so we have the charge sheet. Foster County State's Attorney charges that the above-named piece of shit committed the following offences. Criminal vehicular homicide, Class A felony. Well, that's something. Oh, let's actually look at the code. and see what
Yeah.
piece of shit it looks to be getting. So that's NDCC 39-08-01.
01.2.
Yeah, here we
Paragraph
go.
I.
So what is this? Pastetext.com, North Dakota Century Code. So we are after point 2.
Yep.
Point 1 is about intoxication. This doesn't seem right. Am I on the right one?
Yeah, I'm looking at a
Dash
different link, and it looks like it
01.2.
is related to the DUI.
Yeah.
See.
Criminal vehicular homicide is defined as causing the death of another person while driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol in violation of North Dakota's DUI laws.
So this particular paragraph, yeah, I'll just read the whole thing. An individual is guilty of criminal vehicular homicide if the individual commits an offense under this section, or equivalent ordinance as a result of the individual causes of death of another individual to occur, including the death of an unborn child, unless the individual who causes the death of the unborn child is the mother. Violation of this subsection is a Class A felony. If an individual commits a violation under this subsection, the court shall impose at least 3 years imprisonment, and the individual violates this section for having previously been convicted of 390801 or 390803. Equivalent ordinance, the court shall impose at least 10 years imprisonment. Individual may not be prosecuted if found guilty of this offense under chapter yada yada yada, if conduct arises out of the same incident.
Oh yeah, here we go. It took me a moment to find it.
And the maximum is 20 years or 20,000 in fines. But I don't
That's
think $20,000 in fines is
bullshit.
even. Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Right, here we go. So yeah, special punishment for causing injury or death while operating a vehicle while under the influence of alcohol. No, they're intentionally undercharging him. This is capital murder.
This is. I'm curious to see if the DA or state prosecutor, whoever's charging this, got Soros bucks.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
But they're definitely undercharging him.
Of course, it's all for the cause.
Yeah, Class A felon, at least 3 years imprisonment. Yeah, this is bullshit. They should be doing him for capital murder. It's intentional homicide.
Yeah.
He didn't accidentally run him over. He did it on purpose.
And you know what really pisses me off is that most times they try to overcharge in order to get reduced, a plea deal for reduced charges.
Yeah.
And this is damn near criminal in and of itself.
Yeah. Intentionally undercharged. Who the fuck is this? Foster County State's Attorney. Right. Who the fuck is the Foster County State's Attorney?
Soulless piece of shit by the looks of it.
Yes.
But that might just be my highly biased opinion.
Just because it's biased doesn't mean it's wrong. Right, so State's Attorney. The Foster County State's Attorney is in an elected position. The current Foster County State's Attorney is Cara Brinster. Well, it's a woman. That certainly doesn't
That's
help.
already looking bad.
Oh god, it's a fat bitch.
Oh, great.
So let's see, what else do we have?
Oh, this is probably old, but she was her own, had her own law firm for a while.
Yeah. Might still, in fact, have one.
Probably, although that should be a conflict of interest. And their law office is going down because it's probably being searched too much. So she graduated law school in 2009 and
Yep.
was taken into
The
a law
website's
firm
down.
in 2009. So
Let's
Share
see
with Twitter.
if there's any archives.
superlawyers.com.
No, there doesn't appear to be one.
Let's see.
Can I
Star of
has a
2016
case?
through 2019. Number of accomplishments, yada yada yada.
I can have a case page. Thank you very much, Google. Oh my god, it's fucking hideous.
What the fuck is that?
That looks disturbingly like the shop teacher in Ontario.
Yeah, so it opened
Too
its
small
own
in
law
the chest.
firm on January 1st,
Wow.
2019. It specializes in family law. The fuck is it the state's attorney for then?
It's man. That's what I think about. A bad, shittily made beard belongs
Mhm.
on that chin.
Right, so it received an Associates of Science in Pharmacy Technology. It worked as a pharmacy technician before returning to school because she was shit at it, and then went to law school. It makes its home in Cannington, North Dakota, with its husband. Poor bastard. In its spare time, it enjoys quilting, reading, being an active member of its community. It's an active member of the Zonta Club, Sons of Norway, Troll Dancers, and Healthy Communities. Healthy Communities says the
what?
fat
Sons
bitch.
of Norway and troll dancers?
Yes.
Excuse me, what?
Wait, what?
I knew why. It's an actual troll.
Yeah, I was going to ask you
What
about
the
the Sons
fuck
of
is
Norway. Is
Sons?
that going to be called a
There you
racist
go.
organization
The
or
Sons
what?
of Norway is a fraternal life insurance company.
Oh, jeez.
Huh.
And the Troll Dancers, I don't think this is the same thing. Let's just leave that alone. And its associate is also a fat, ugly bitch. LinkedIn. Can we get anything from LinkedIn? Yeah, pretty much the same shit.
She has a company website.
Yes,
Mm.
which is down. That's the one we just
Oh,
looked
that
at.
was the 404. Okay.
Yeah. Is that actually her? There you go, 1-star review. Yeah, that there we go. There's Twitter Pasobiacs having a fucking go at the bitch.
Oh, yeah, I just found that myself. I just got on Twitter.
My God, I think that is
oh my
it.
God.
Rose
Yeah,
all
it
day.
looks like her.
no.
So it's also a con artist selling lip sense and scene gents. So it's not.
Okay.
So it's such a bad lawyer that it needs a side hustle.
It's not even high class enough to be an Avon lady.
Mhm. Oh, look, an email address. Yeah, nobody should email her and tell her that it is utterly reprehensible that she is not charging this piece of shit with murder.
Yeah. Oh God, this is just. This is turning my stomach.
And of course,
Doesn't understand the charges.
had a tough time understanding the charges. Yeah, he's probably shocked it isn't murder.
No, he's probably shocked that he's not getting a grand tour of the White House.
Yeah. I have a
He's
job, a
expecting
life, and a
pat on the
house, and
back,
things
yeah.
I don't want to see go by the wayside. Family, they're very important to me. Well, you should have thought about that before you murdered someone.
Entitled fucking cunt. Burn in hell.
Oh, it does have a fucking GoFundMe. Oh, no, the kid's got a
Oh,
GoFundMe.
that's for the young guy.
I was going to say,
Oh,
Oh,
thank
thank
God.
God.
that's something.
There is some justice.
Nice.
How much
That's
have they
almost
gotten?
5 times the goal.
Like 40,000. All right,
Yeah,
here we
it's
go.
40,000.
Yeah.
The goal was 10.
North Dakota Attorney General gets arrested. And this is an
Good.
archive. So let's have a look. And, oh, the Wayback Machine is not archived that year. God damn it!
This is
Come on, people,
fine.
archive everything.
And probably multiple places.
Yes.
Oh, here's something interesting. Kara Brinster is the prosecutor for the Ellingson murder in Foster County, North Dakota. This is from Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
She's a family law lawyer. She's never done a murder case.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Wait. She's a family law thingy. She's completely fucking useless. What value is she?
Why would you even appoint that person to be your district attorney? That's insane.
Oh, here we go.
No, I think it's an elected position.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Why would you
I'll
elect
double
that
check.
person? Oh wait,
Yeah.
female. Gods. I hate that we still have to call him suspected and alleged.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Right, so Drew H. Wrigley is the 30th Attorney General of North Dakota. He posts a good morning hashtag North Dakota. Legendary hashtag be legendary. And then gets absolutely fucking reamed.
Good.
Nice.
Why is
Get
a
on 'em.
charged child killer
Creepy
back
dude.
on the streets? Why is someone who just confessed to murdering a teenager because of his political beliefs out on bond? Where's the hate crime charge? Can you explain how vehicular homicide is a free right?
It's okay because he did it against a right-wing extremist.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Do you think treatment of Nazi Charlottesville driver was too harsh, unfair, politically motivated vehicular murder? Is that why this confessed political terrorist is out on bail? Aren't you stacking charges like crazy and making sure he gets 400 years plus?
Well, apart from the fact that the Charlottesville guy was being attacked and should have been charged with murder, yes.
No. Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember much from the Charlottesville thing.
Don't worry about it, because I've got a video on that on my channel.
Yeah.
Ooh, lovely.
For
Also,
Charlottesville, all
something
you really
I'd like
need to remember
so,
is...
a question
sorry, Betsy, go ahead.
a question I'd like to ask is this guy actually white? Because he doesn't look white.
So we could
He
probably
is
say
very,
it's
very
possible.
dark.
It
Yeah.
is a racist attack. I mean, it is a leftist.
I mean,
Oh no, he's
Yeah.
got a tan line. Look down towards his collar.
Ah,
wow.
that's
or
a
there's
family.
but that. Well, I won't judge his look because poor bastard
Yeah.
got murdered.
Yeah.
We'll give him a push for that. But if not, oh, that's.
Oh, this is cute. Most Americans see Trump's MAGA as threat to democracy.
I don't
Fuck you,
fucking
Reuters.
think so.
Of course.
What was the question you asked, you
What?
sack of shit?
I want to see the poll itself.
Yeah, where's the poll? Oh, they don't show us. Funny
Polls
that.
are in
Read more.
Poland.
Typical.
Can't show people the truth. My God, man, how would we make sure they take our interpretation instead of theirs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You racist.
Callum Dayton says something strange. Kyle Rittenhouse was spannered.
Huh?
They threw a wrench at him.
I don't quite
think he means
understand what he's trying to say.
Hispanic, or like
Was he?
Oh, Hispanic, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He
Spaniard.
was. It was
Yeah,
like
okay.
his
Yeah.
one of his
Sounds
grandparents.
about right.
So what you're saying is that he defended himself from racist psychopaths.
Oh God,
He's clearly
Yes.
one of the new
this is
brown
going to be
races of
funny.
white
The
supremacy.
Republican revolt against democracy explained in 13 charts save box. Oh God, we've got to check that out.
Oh, this,
Okay.
all right, hold on. I've got to get coffee because this is gonna get wild.
Fucking crazy fucks.
Well, this is going to be
Actually
fucking
sounds
great.
pretty good.
Oh my lord.
Oh God, it's a Vox article. I need a cigarette. I'll be back in a minute.
Oh fuck yeah! I need some coffee too. I'm sorry.
Well, fuck it. Apparently, we're all having coffee. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, boys.
Yeah. Well, I'm still connected with my headset. So.
No, I'm going to throw it on break because I need to walk off. Back
Oh,
shortly,
right.
everybody, and then we'll laugh at Vox.
And yes, I pre-brew my coffee just for moments like this.
I'll leave it on. I'll leave the stream on if you guys go on a side, are you? I'll be back.
Yay!
Well, Trim, we're going to conduct utter chaos, aren't we?
Yes, all the racism, and by all the racism, I mean we're just gonna talk like regular human beings. Just
Oh
saying.
wait, no. I think you mean that we're going to act like Democrats and Joe Biden in specifically.
Oh no, I'm talking about general humans, but comparative to what those creatures think, that would be racist. What definition of racism are you again? There's so many.
Based Ape is daring you to say the word. But
The
you know what,
bird?
Based? The bird is the word.
Bird.
Hey, nobody's stopping you from singing now, are they? Serenade us, Trim.
When I was a young warthog.
Do I need to install a mute trim button on my headset?
Yes! Spend more money. Oh, nah, we're not gonna do anything too crazy. Oh, but seriously, this motherfucker, I didn't hear about this until yesterday when I watched the Louder with Crowder fucking episode. And I've unfortunately fallen behind a bit on Lotus Eaters, and I can't be fucked to catch up just yet.
Yeah.
But holy shit, driving to Sweden while listening to this shit, that almost made me insane. It was like, oh, this is
Almost?
gonna make me act up. Almost, yes. I have immense self-control.
Yes.
Yes.
Everard's thinking, a special animation or picture with Pinky in the brain. Yes, Pinky.
Hey, at least I'm not the one getting horribly mangled at every episode, so I'm okay with that.
But I'm definitely the brains of this operation, wouldn't you say, Pinky?
Oh, golly gee, yes, sir, yes. What we do today, right?
We're talking about trash on the internet running over children for political gain.
Oh, so regular dating Democrat America then?
Yeah, North Dakota.
Ew.
If you need more proof that violent leftists are the majority, look no further than this particular incident.
Yeah, I mean, it's safer to be in Mordor at this fucking point.
Oh yeah, I mean that's Mordor is the DC Beltway.
Hey, watch it. Don't be fucking too rude against Sauron and the orcs. They're trying their best. No need to be fucking cruel.
Yeah, I just imagine, like the giant half sleepy eye of Biden sweeping over the DC Beltway.
Yeah, but the only thing it'll catch are the miners who are foolish enough to walk in its lights.
Oh, okay. And going full Gollum and going, my precious, the thing.
Oh god. Just having that shit on loudspeakers. Horn pop.
Oh,
Dear.
Yes,
Yeah,
student,
don't tell me
I
that-
believe Fezzik
Oh,
is
God.
getting coffee. At least I was, so.
And so have I. Yes, the Rohirrim did nothing wrong. At all.
I just because I see Callum talking about the Lord of the Rings of Power, and I there's part of me that just wanted to like do a parody called the Cockring of Power, and just
Wait,
it's just Guy Ladriel's face, and it's just like horrific.
Guy Ladriel.
Yeah,
That's the best way of describing that creature.
And the sad part is, I've not seen her in much else but it's like she's an attractive actress. It looks like she has decent acting ability, but she has nothing to work with. Absolutely nothing
Yeah.
to work with.
But she's in this, and she's the one who's been like, "Oh, it's so racist." So she's part of the machine, unfortunately. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
no.
give her a single inch.
Oh, I'd give her an inch, but not in the way. Not as
Which
excuse.
don't stick your dick in crazy.
I'm just gonna use your name and tell her that I'm a fancy Norwegian lad. So when she goes after
You don't
child
have
support,
my magnificent red beard, so you can't lie.
no, but I've got a bigger mustache than probably most of the people here combined.
Exactly, meaning you'll be easier to recognize. So fuck you and your plan.
I'll just grow a beard out beforehand.
Is it red though?
Actually, yeah.
Oh shit. We're actually a threat then.
hmm I'm always a threat.
Yeah. Especially when the Second Amendment still counts for something. However long that lasts.
It's gonna last as long as
Okay,
this country
I'm
does.
back and transmuted. Excellent.
Sad.
Hello, Jim. Oh dear. Right.
It was nice to talk about something else than fucking. Oh god.
Where the fuck is Ardent? How long does it
He's
take to
smoking.
give yourself lung cancer?
Well, it depends. He might be going for double lung cancer, or maybe just a little touch of the less than a minute. He claims. All right,
Yeah.
timer's on.
Well, he's gone for cigarettes. How do we know he'll come back? Oh, right, because we're not black.
Oh.
And he didn't go for milk, so we know we're not being abandoned.
Oh, yeah, if he's going for milk, then we know it's a surefire leaving.
Yeah. I want my child support, damn it.
Well, you're the best we got, Ardent.
That's right. You're the oldest one here, so automatically you get dad status.
Yeah. Actually,
Oh Lord.
I wonder how old Arden is. He's
I think he
pro-
said like mid early 40s, somewhere in there.
Okay, so he's at least physically old enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the two of you.
You're a bit older than
Besides
me,
Dominion,
Ghost.
Carnal says, I didn't left you for the Latina stripper.
Again?
God damn it.
Oh, he's gonna
Every
come
fucking
crawling
time.
back after she stole all his money again.
And,
That's what
and a
Latina women
kidney.
do. Oof. Wait, Brazilian? Ah, shit. UCI be the one. All right, how old are the Sultans? Well, the Sultans itself is reaching 1.5, 2 years soon.
Yeah, about nearly 1.5.
Yeah, just had the umbilical cord cut not too long ago.
No. Still feel the pain.
The actual members, on the other hand.
Yeah,
I think
late
I'm the
30s.
third oldest here.
Yeah.
Yes. Pedrick's the youngest.
Yeah. The one who talks the most shit and is the most controlling is the youngest. Who knew?
Yeah, no, you see why I'd be the one. Yeah, late 30s for me.
Very early 30s for me.
Really, really early 30s there. I turned 31 this summer.
Yeah, 31 going on 70.
That's not all.
My
Damn.
plan is to reach 169, and then upon my 169th birthday, I'm just going to turn to all my families, because I'm probably going to be hooked up to several machines. I'm going to look them dead in the eye and say, nice, and pull my own plug. Or have someone pull the plug for me.
Don't tug the plug though.
Oh,
Well,
Lord.
I'll probably tug it as a signal, and then whoever will pull it for me.
Oh,
This is an old shrivel man. Nice.
I don't think
Get
that's
the
what he
flow
meant.
going, and you won't be shriveled much longer.
Oh, fuck.
So, Chad, is this exactly what you like to tune in for?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is this what you signed up for, Chan?
Double entendre? No, we go for triple entendre.
And when that's not enough, we go for 4 times that.
But
Sorry, I'm
typically
late.
it's
I
one
would have
and a
been back
quarter.
sooner, except there's a hurricane kind of brushing past us right now, and it's slowed me down.
I'm
Not
hearing
exactly the most
excuses.
aerodynamically built individual.
Oh, don't worry, it's just a slight hurricane.
Yeah, well,
I
the
swear I
worst thing
just
I've
heard
ever
say.
seen.
I swear I just heard Trim say furry cane, and I'm like, nope,
Oh.
nope.
Also, I'd like to point
Ew.
out Shade's silence pup.
Right, let's see what Vox is up to.
Oh,
Yay!
yeah, I guess we must.
Oh,
What
God!
the
God.
fuck?
Jesus Christ!
What the fuck?
It's Trump.
You guys know that meme of the guy who is just woken up and it's used for like when something happens, you see this guy who's just squinting eyes and looks confused. That face with the mask.
The
What?
Trump years revealed a dark truth. The Republican Party is no longer committed to democracy. These chunks tell the story. Yeah, well, we're a fucking republic. Go fuck yourself.
Stacey Abrams refuses to concede, but Trump is the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today's Republicans really hate Democrats and democracy. No, they hate... I'll give you that they hate Democrats, but all sane people do.
Yeah.
Trump's supporters have embraced anti-democratic ideas, right? And that they support this claim by going, nearly 100% of MAGA supporters support Trump's naughty claims about 2020, and the same number distrust the 2020 naughty thing. Something like 90% believe voting shouldn't be easier. No, it shouldn't.
be.
In fact, it should be harder.
Yep.
Can I just make another reference to Starship Trooper, servants guaranteed citizenship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just of the opinion
well,
we've made
I
voting
think
in the United States it's so useless because you can vote early, and it's like no, you need to show up at a very specific time. If you can't make it on the day, then you need to damn well go and apply. This is the way it used to be. Apply for an absentee ballot. But if you don't have a reasonable excuse, you need to get your ass into the voting booth and make sure you're doing your damn civic duty. Otherwise, go fuck off. I don't want your vote canceling out people who actually give a damn about what's going on.
But Bleach, if you do that, the Democrats will lose a third of their voter base.
That's because they'd have to rebury the dead.
Yeah. So, they also say that something like 80+% of MAG supporters distrust 2020 congressional thingy results. And then they say that like 70% want a third term for Trump. I want to know how that
No.
question was framed.
A third.
Yeah.
Do you want another return to the evil MAGA?
Because what they're implying here is that MAGA supporters want to overturn the Republic and install Trump as a dictator by giving him a third term.
Do it. I mean, do it.
I mean, well, yes, but I want to know what the fucking question said. Would you prefer that Trump get a third term in office, or we nuke the nearest kindergarten?
I mean,
Yes. But I guarantee that was a particularly stupid... all these questions were obviously particularly stupid, but that one, guaranteed it's going to be something phenomenally fucking daft.
oh yeah. Yeah. Let's keep going through, and I'll see if I can get a good raw data information thing here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Republicans are embracing violence. Right. Oh, if elected leaders won't protect America, the people must act, even if that means violence. 39% of Republicans agree. Oh, and their excuse is that it's the Republicans are the problem, even though 17% of Democrats also agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just. You know,
Hey, Gregory's arrived. G'day, man.
This is one of those,
Hello.
because I'm looking at some of the people who were in this study, and it's not really the greatest data. But of the voters you had, that were measured in this, they have independent, lean Republican, Republican, strong Republican. And they don't really have Democrats listed in this. So, this just sounds like bullshit to me.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong study. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at the Washington State.
Yeah. Oh, also, I guarantee that the people who agree, the Republicans who agreed, are thinking about this in a different way to the Democrats who agreed.
Oh yeah.
The Democrats who agree that it means, even if it means violence, are the ones who think it's acceptable to run down teenagers in alleys.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans are probably more of the, here's my Gadsden flag, and my opinion on the Second Amendment is come and take it from your cold dead hands.
Yep.
Yes.
I guarantee the Republicans are not thinking, we'll storm the Capitol with guns this time. Oh, it's an insurrection. They're Republicans, and you couldn't find a single gun?
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah. And considering the area has in Virginia and I believe Maryland, they had large, peaceful but armed protests about attempts to restrict guns in both of those states in the prior 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I've seen raw footage from individuals there, and it's like, yeah, everybody's armed with at least a sidearm and a rifle, and none of these people are violent, have any rhetoric, anything other than, hey, here you go. We don't want our rights infringed upon.
Yeah.
That's it.
And they're like, oh, the ultimate expression of anti-democratic politics is rising to violence. More than twice as many Republicans as Democrats. Ignoring the fact that nearly 20% of Democrats agree.
Mm-hmm.
It would be easy to dismiss this kind of finding as meaningless were it not for the January 6th attack on Capitol Hill. And the survey was conducted about 3 weeks after the attack. Again, remind me how many guns the MAGA Republicans had at the Capitol.
We're counting the ones that were used against them.
That's the only way they could make that greater than 0.
Yep.
Yes.
And a separate study by some idiots found that Republicans who believed Democrats did the thingy at the place, 83%
hoisted the sail.
Were far likelier to endorse post-election violence. I'm sorry, does it surprise you that people who believe that, how do I say this? That democracy, that their vote was not, no, I can't say that either. People who believe that democracy has failed them are more likely to to 1776.
Yeah. It's just
like
I think what they're maybe over-representing is the fact that the Summer of Love 2.0 happened, and there is a very strong feeling that why the hell should that happen and we just sit on our hands? That I think is what is being represented in that particular poll.
Mm-hmm. And now look at the other one. Look, this is a class act in misrepresentation of data. Republicans see Democrats as something worse than mere rivals. Republicans consider Democrats as enemies, 57%. Political opposition, 43%. Oh, they're evil. Meanwhile, Democrats consider Republicans as enemies, 41%.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Firstly,
Yep.
sure. Secondly, can that's 16 fucking percentage points.
Mm-hmm.
Whoop de
Which-
fucking do.
Well, I think what this reflects is how very badly the media has mismanaged the situation in the country. They're
Oh,
trying to
and
pit everybody against each other, and people just aren't going for it.
no. And
Or,
this is a CBS News poll.
or maybe it's because Republicans aren't actively attacking Democrats and murdering them in the streets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shame. I mean,
Careful, that might be a smidge too far.
that was
But
a joke. And
Republicans who
I
can-
will make it very clear that that was a joke.
For legal reasons, that was a joke.
Well, for moral reasons too.
But like Republicans consider Democrats as enemies, 57%. Sorry, would that be the people who you've spent the last 6 years decrying are evil, and that you hate them, and you want to take their rights away? Oh, and you've made them
that they're
think that
racist and
their
bigots
voice
and-
doesn't matter.
Yeah. This poll is a direct reflection of at least the past 20 years of Democrat rhetoric. Because you remember, Obama with his Pennsylvania speech, it's like, oh, these people clinging to their God and guns. Hillary Clinton with, the basket of deplorables. And then you've got, the fuck New York Senate, Governor Pansy Cuomo is like, oh, if you hold these Republican ideas, you might as well just leave the state. You're not wanted here. So, yeah, of course, people that lean Republican, or hell, I would say people that are even not hardcore Democrats are going to feel like they're being attacked by an enemy. And you know what? That's fine by me if that's the game they want to play, and that's the position they want to push their opposition in. It's fine, whatever. You're going to be viewed as an enemy when you keep pushing that dangerous rhetoric.
Yeah,
looking at the political opposition thing.
History's comment as well. It ties in with exactly what you're saying.
Let's see. Those bitches have been screaming Nazi fascist pigs to be unlived for nearly 10 years. They can blow me. Yeah. Well, it's honestly longer than that, but that's just my personal opinion, because the left in the United States has gone through heavy cycles of increasing violence. And right now we're just seeing kind of the breaking point where it's going to go from just rhetorical violence to physical violence from the left. That's what I'm thinking of.
Democrats have been using violence to get their way since at least the Civil War.
Oh, yeah. And, well, they didn't exist much before that. But, yeah, it's like, if you look at, historically speaking, you have the early 1900s, the left with mostly the labor movements and whatnot, they were conducting terrorism. I'm not talking just rhetorical terrorism. They were conducting bombings. And from 1916, there was a significant bombing in San Francisco. 1920, same group, the Galenists. It's an Italian name that I've never seen before, so I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. And they also conducted one of the most deadly terroristic bombings in 1920 on Wall Street.
Sounds
So
about right.
they have a long, long history of violence. Then you kind of skip the 20s and 30s because the economy kind of evens out. We're post-war. They're still somewhat active through the late 20s. You get certain movements that are more political in nature in the 30s. FDR quells that. And then you start getting into the late 50s, and guess what? The violent rhetoric starts ramping up again. You get into the 60s, the anti-war movement, and then suddenly, hey, guess what? Weather Underground's born. Let's go on a bombing spree again, is what they do. And then they go quiet because they get more power, and there's just disarray in the late 70s. 80s because the American public is suddenly getting reinvigorated with nationalism, and the economy is improving, so you get a carryover between the 80s and 90s where things are relatively calm. Then you get the 2000 election, and suddenly they start ramping up the violent rhetoric again. After the 2002 election, they start creeping up, and then 2004 with swift vote John Kerry, and suddenly it's okay to hate the opposition. And
Of course.
then 2006 comes along with Cindy Sheehan, that stupid cunt, and it's open rhetoric against anybody who's right-leaning, because, oh, Bush is bad, Bush is bad. It's like, nobody gives a fuck about Bush at this stage. He's a lame duck. You're specifically targeting those on the right, and it just keeps going. 2008, Obama with his rhetoric, up till today.
Yep.
So. And student of history, yes, you are correct. They were anarchists, but they were leftist anarchists because they talked about communism in some of their writing. So
Anarcho-commies, right?
yeah. Anyway, that's my long rant because I've been working on a project and doing shit tons of research. So
yes, Bleach has been doing things. Right, I've just
His
been
due diligence.
fucking with my audio a bit, so apologies for that, everybody. Right.
You still sound Australian.
Oh, shut up. At least I don't sound French.
Oh, I feel so attacked.
Now you sound Romanian.
I forgot something. I said when I came back I was going to do my Mickey Mouse impression. Hi, Don.
Oh, Lord.
and we get copyright struck.
Oh God, no, it's an impression. You don't
So,
get
next
stuck
chart. Republicans dislike compromise. So, prefer elected officials who make compromise from 2014, 2015, 2017, 9. So, 2014, Republicans, 49%. Democrats, 64%. All Republicans dislike compromise. 1, that's 15 percentage points. Shut the fuck up. 2, I'm sorry, but the compromise...
Dude, shut the fuck up, too.
Yeah, the compromise... When the compromise is you give up all your guns and we'll tax you more, that's not a compromise you want your elected officials to make.
And I will say, this is coming directly after, John fucking McCain and his gang of 13 bullshit, where they're trying to basically stab any right-wing value in the back as hard and twist with such emotion that it's creating a tidal wave of swirling. Sorry.
Yeah,
and fuck John McCain like New York.
And like another place where the compromise thing comes up is like, take abortion as an example. If you are a right-wing Christian who believes that even abortion within a week of within a week of conception is murder, you're never going to compromise on that.
No.
Like, if you inherently believe...
Republicans have been more compromising than anyone else, though.
Yes, they have.
They've been doing more compromise than any of the party sides here.
Yeah, which is probably why they're getting sick of their fucking shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you have to remember, they always, reaching across the aisle and shit like this has always meant compromising on values and on principles of, especially budgeting. And every Republican that's not an elected official always is like, why the hell are we compromising on this? They're not giving anything. They're not giving an inch. Why are we?
Exactly, and that's an excellent question. And as Student of History says, we want all your guns. No. How about we compromise and only take half your guns? Now, why would I agree to that?
Yep. And Student of History, no, they finally got tired of losing ground every time the word compromise comes up. You're damn right.
Yeah, literally every time the word compromise comes up, Republicans lose. It's not compromise.
The greatest curse of the Republicans, though, are the fucking rhinos. Just Democrats in elephant fucking clothing.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And it's interesting, historically speaking, you had what were called the Blue Dog Democrats, which are kind of like the Joe Manchin types, who they would be willing to work with Republicans, but they've pretty much been removed from office due to primaries. And you kind of wonder why.
Oh, they were exterminated by their own party, I hear.
Hey,
Yeah, pretty
here's another one for you, Bleach. So while Vox is sitting here going Republicans dislike compromise, would you like to have a look at the numbers for 2018 for me and see what you find there?
44% Republicans, 46% Democrats. It's like it's representing parity of disapproval of compromise.
Yep. Also, I'd put that
Seems
within
like
the margin of
everybody's
error.
getting polarized.
What?
What, Trim? The fuck you on about?
I didn't hear what you said because Arden spoke at the same time.
He didn't, though.
It did
I
in my
actually
ears.
did.
Or was
Anyway.
see?
So,
Yeah, it's just, and it's like, oh yeah, there's Republican obstructionism. Yeah, because that all started with Obama pushing the Obamacare shit through, and people didn't want it because there was no discussion amongst the population on something that big. It was like, no, you gotta, how was it put? You have to pass the bill to know what's in the bill. Thanks, Nancy Pelosi.
oh, you mean like how in Australia at the moment we've got... You've got to vote yes in the referendum to find out what voting yes in the referendum will get you.
Exactly.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Also,
Oh,
that's
worse.
unironically what they said.
Yep.
That should be grounds to have them immediately yeeted, not just out of office, out of the country.
Out of life.
Well,
In Minecraft.
We used to hang traders.
And,
Yeah.
Oh, could you scroll down a little bit? This paragraph that starts with first, this is rendered government. First, this is rendered government dysfunctional and ineffective, and consequently has decreased public trust in government. Second, it has punished Democrats. Oh, whoa!
Pushed Democrats.
Pushed. Sorry, I was hoping it'd punish them.
That's it. Democrats dislike political leaders who elected officials who make compromise, and it's Republicans' fault. What?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but a dysfunctional and ineffective government is the best government. It stays out of everybody else's lives and whatnot. So, well, yeah, you see why I made one. Yeah, but it was haram to criticize Obama or declared racist. I recommend you look up a parody song called Barack the Magic Modelo. It's the more politically acceptable word, but basically the parody song is based off of Al Sharpton.
Oh
And-
god.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic.
Right, so the Republican
well.
Party is a global outlier, and not in a good way, they say. Sorry, what? GOP opposition to
prove it.
ethnic minority rights and liberal democracy, OECD parties, December 2019. The Democratic Party does better than the global median on metrics of respect for norms and support for ethnic minority rights. The GOP does fast. Sorry, respect for norms? The fucking Democrats? So, the moment you say that, thump, out the window. Oh, sorry. Party respects or undermines liberal democratic principles, norms, and practices. That's the horizontal axis. And then the vertical axis is party favors or opposes ethnic minority rights. So the higher on the chart, they oppose ethnic minority rights. Sure. And then whether they undermine liberal democratic principles. And then they say that the Republican Party is a global outlier. Except they fit directly in the best fit fucking line. It's not a global outlier, you retard.
Also, they may be manipulating it a little bit because if you use the phrase, I know, bear with me. But if you use the phrase ethnic minority rights, is that rights that the rest of the populace doesn't have?
Yes.
In which case, that's obviously going to be favorable to ethnic minority rights. But if you say to these ethnic minorities, you get no right that no one else gets, then are you by default being against ethnic minority rights? Like it's one of those things where the wording of the question is really important.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that's what these damn survey companies love to play with. Ooh, we can
Right, here we
download
go. The
questionnaire.
Global Party Survey engaged a wide range of academic experts, blah, blah, blah. They were asked to estimate the experts. They were asked to estimate the ideological values, issue position, and rhetoric of parties in the country where they have their main expertise.
Oh, for
And then they were given a question. Right, so experts from a country were asked to rate political parties. Right, so how many fucking Democrats did you ask?
all of them.
And now we'll have a look at the stupid pissing survey.
It's
from Harvard.
I love the reaction there. It's like, oh, it's Harvard. Huh.
Yes.
That's already a condemnation by itself at this point.
Yeah, so let's see.
Kennedy School
Question.
of Government.
What did we have? Blah, 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 blah. So first
So the blog points out last time he checked, white people were the global minority. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yep. But we're the villains, guys. We are the great evil.
Right, so the first question
Yeah,
we've
right.
got here, which is number 2. How familiar are you with each of the following parties? List parties. Not very familiar to very familiar. And then, how far are the following parties generally united or divided in their current policy positions? So, from very divided to very united. What the fuck does that even mean?
I mean,
Yeah,
well,
is that
the
internally
question-
united or?
Yeah, it's like where. It's like what position? It's like all positions relative one to the other. I mean, looking at this questionnaire, it's like, are they all united on a single thing, or could it be where you've got multiple parties where they're kind of
Yeah.
some are aligned, some are completely polar opposite?
I think it's talking
How do you
about
figure that out?
the internal makeup of the party.
Okay, all right.
So, if you're a group of libertarians, then you'd be divided because, you're all individuals. And if you're a bunch of fucking NPCs, you'll be united.
Yep.
So in the next one, in their party manifestos and election platforms, how far do the following parties present detailed plans and specific policies, or else offer more general slogans and vague promises? From 0 very detailed plans to 10 of general slogans and vague promises. This is the worst survey I've seen, and I've read a bunch on this stream. General party.
This is. This is nothing. Nothing close to socially scientific.
No.
I imagine Aiden would have a love for this thing.
I want not now. I just want her to cover this just for shits and giggles and watching her just
Spain!
scream into the void.
So, general
Yeah,
party.
Spoon, get your ass in here.
General party culture and ethos. In fact, invite Aiden. Both of you, get your asses in here.
Yeah.
So, parties can be classified by their current stance on economic issues such as privatisation, taxes, regulation, government spending, and the welfare state. Those in the economic left want government to play an active role in the economy. Those in the economic right favour a reduced role for government. How would you place each party on the following scale? And how important are economic issues for each of the following parties? From no importance to great importance. Then we have parties can be classified by their current social values. Those with liberal values are more favour expand personal freedoms, for example, on abortion rights, same-sex marriage, and democratic participation. Those with conservative values reject these ideas in favour of order, tradition, and stability, believing that government should be a firm moral authority on social and cultural issues. That's not true.
That's kind of like here. Let's make sure that the government does this, even though people don't want the government involved.
Well, that's it.
Scale.
Like, no, we want the government out of these things. In fact, most people who can be described as right of centre, who don't object on religious grounds, are okay with same-sex marriage on the grounds of, fuck it, the government shouldn't have an opinion.
And myself, who's not a fan of it on religious grounds, is like, just stop using the word marriage on all documents, and then nobody will have a fucking problem. It's that word is what the problem is.
I don't know, maybe we should just make sodomy illegal again.
Yeah, I mean, fair.
And it's like, where would you place
some
each party
definitions
on the
of sodomy
following
include
scale?
mouth stuff.
And And that asks, and how important are liberal/conservative social values for each of the following parties? Up next, parties can be classified by their current use of populist or pluralist rhetoric. Populist language typically challenges the legitimacy of established political institutions and emphasizes that the will of the people should prevail. Meanwhile, you should do as your dictators tell you. So, are you a libertarian or a communist?
Oh, Callum Dayton, Democrats are Bolsheviks minus murdering their rivals in the council. Well, I mean, they
about that,
get clowns to do it driving around in the streets attacking teenagers.
Yeah.
And then it's like, and how important is populist rhetoric? Oh, how important is populist rhetoric? So you don't bother to ask about pluralist rhetoric, I see. Up next, party issue positions. Turning now to party positions on specific political issues. Where do parties currently stand on immigration? Where would you place each party on the following scale? Strongly favours liberal immigration policies, strongly favours restrictive immigration policies. Next, where do parties currently stand on public spending versus taxation? And their options are...
That's not relevant, though.
They're also not the same fucking thing.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, you can increase taxation with reducing public spending, and vice versa. Which, it's like... What absolute idiot wrote this?
Oh, clearly the dumbest person they could find. Right, so where would you place each party on the following scale? Increase public spending to reduce taxation. Next, where do parties currently stand in environmental protection? Strongly favours environmental protection, strongly opposes environmental protection.
Again, not necessarily the same damn thing.
No, and what do you mean by strongly opposes environmental protection? Like that, you can be in favour of environmental protection and against this insane modern environmentalist religion bullshit. Hey, Prime Knight's here. Hello, man.
Hello.
Hey, Prime. Oh my.
I favour environmental protection that works and matters. Like, I am fully in favour of conservation for animals. I'm fully in favour of massive national parks. I'm fully in favour of protecting aquatic life and preventing overfishing. I also don't believe the solution to the world's ills is to dig up miles and miles of lithium.
Yes.
With slave labor?
Yes. And I'm still not convinced that it is great for aquatic life when you stick fucking wind turbines in the ocean.
No, wind turbines are, one, kind of a dead-end technology, and two, they destroy so much more of the precious environment than they actually save. Because if you look at some of the massive...
how much they fucking kill birds.
Well, you've got that, but if you look just purely at an ecological impact on a specific plot of land, whether it's out in the American West or up on the mountainsides in Norway or anywhere else, what they basically have to do is defoliate the entire area. They've got to flatten the area, so they're ripping up the ground just like strip mining. They're laying in all sorts of power cables and all, because they can't have it above ground. So that has to be maintained constantly, because when you bury an electrical cable, it will corrode and have problems within about 12 years on average. And I know this because I
and that still lasts longer than the blades on the fucking windmill.
Yeah. And, oh, yeah, you mean the ones that can't be recycled because they're a strange fiberglass compound and have to be buried?
Oh, no, they figured out how they're going to recycle it. They're going to break it down chemically and turn it into gummy bears to feed the children.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
I just spent, better part of a week out in the American West enjoying, kind of the wilds of the world. And
these
the worst
two
damn
images
thing.
I sent, that's windmills.
Oh yeah, and the worst damn thing I saw coming back was a fucking 20-mile long windmill farm where no native vegetation could be cultivated anymore, and it just looked god awful because you could see it for about 40 miles.
Yeah, Trim's got some pictures here, and my god, that's fucking hideous.
Yeah.
Those things are a goddamn eyesore. Like, hold on, I'll
Yeah, look
let
at
you
that.
go in a sec, Trim.
Yeah.
They sit
you.
there arguing that, oh, the wind turbines aren't ugly. They don't ruin the sky. Yes, they do. Stop lying. Shut up. If you want to argue that they're worth it, we can have that discussion. But don't sit there and pretend that they're not fucking hideous. Go for it, Trim.
Yeah.
Basically, you see that there. That is, you can see that farm during one of the strips we travel in the boat. And dear Lord, whenever we pass it, I can't hear a single person being like, "Oh, that's so pretty." It just ruins the fucking horizon. So it kills fucking tourist opinion. But the amount of fucking birds that have died out in that area is ridiculous.
Well, there's no trees for them. The birds may not have specifically died or died out, but they've definitely moved to somewhere with fucking trees.
Oh no, the amount of bird corpses they've found around those things is ridiculous.
No, fuck the whole wind turbine thing.
Yeah,
because-
and like this other one when there's snow on the ground. That's if those turbines weren't there, I'd go there. But with the turbines there, what's the fucking point? They're hideous and they make fucking noise.
You want to hear something? Another fucking another stupid thing. When the government started putting up these things, they said, "Oh, we're gonna make wind farms everywhere north above Dover," which is sort of like one of the southern lines. Is like, and then the answer was, "Why not south of Dover?" And they just
sorry. Hold on a second. Dover.
Dover, yes, Dover.
Oh. Right, because I was going to say, I thought Dover was on the south coast, southeast of England.
Yeah, it's basically Norway had it first, but the British tried to steal it.
Okay, fair enough.
It, but hey.
Oh, the different spelling.
Yes.
Dover.
Probably a different pronunciation as well, but whatever.
Yeah, and this
Dover.
is about, this image here is about half an hour drive from where I am. They've got 3 windmills up that have been up for 6-7 years at least. They're not really doing anything but proving that the project doesn't work.
And looking hideous in the process.
And
look at all that empty land that could be turned into, I don't know, food!
Yeah. I threw a
probably
picture
not,
in
to be fair.
to illustrate the fundamental clearing of land that has to be maintained as long as these damn things exist.
Well, that's the point. Those trees are literally taller than the fucking turbines.
Yeah.
So you've got to rip all of them out of the way.
But...
Yeah, but still, those trees are definitely high enough to interfere with the blades. So they've got to rip all the trees out of the way. And of course, if you've got to, in fact, you've got to remove all the trees nearby to below the lowest turbine, not just within the radius of them, because the trees will block the fucking wind. So they rip down everything.
Yep, and this isn't just going up there and mounting it. They have to level it. They've got to drive piles to mount these things that are deep enough so the wind shear doesn't rip them off. And buried the cables. This is basically strip mining with a damn turbine on top rather than letting trees grow back in 20 years.
Yep. And that's one of the things about...
They've changed the land. I'm also... Go ahead, Bessic.
Well, the other thing about strip mining is you can reclaim the land. You can just fill it in with... You can fill it in with assorted crap. You can fill it in with landfill, then put dirt down on top. Yep. And then you can plant trees. Plant more trees and shut up about your fucking green energy. Look, anytime they fucking talk about, oh, green, environmental, I want to take a tree and smack them with it. The whole fucking tree.
Yep.
Stand here and catch. Brrr.
That would be so much better. I mean, why not just use the fucking billions of money wasted on fucking green deals and shit like that, and just plant fucking trees?
Yeah. And another one. How much money and environmental impact could we save if we replaced natural gas and electric heating with wood-fired stoves?
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
And you know, another thing that I know is being developed currently, but miniaturized nuclear power stations.
Like, the French have been doing
yeah.
it for decades to great success.
Yeah, if you could make one that could power, say, 100,000 homes in a certain radius, and just miniaturize it, so one, it's got reduced radiological impact if something were to go Chernobyl because you have Ukrainians and Russians running it, or or just scale them up and deal with that. It would be so much better, so much limited impact, because a coal plant, I know this for a fact, a coal plant takes up less footprint than these damned windmill farms. Even the small ones take up as much, if not more, space than a single coal-fired power plant.
Billy has made a contribution. In China, the true cost of Britain's clean green wind power experiment, pollution on disastrous scale. This toxic lake poisons Chinese farmers, their children, and their land. And it is what's left behind after making the magnets for Britain's latest wind turbines.
Just the magnets.
Just the magnets.
Part of me is like, I mean, I'm okay with West Taiwan being depopulated in this way, but it's still horrific.
Yeah. Well, it's exactly.
It is not the average Joe's fault. It's the fuckers in charge of it.
Yeah,
It's
but the
just
average
people
Joe
in China
keeps
as well.
voting for them. And fuck the people in China.
Yeah, one of my biggest issues with the whole green agenda thing is that, like, this carbon offset bullshit and all that, it's not actually making any difference. It's just moving the problem.
Well,
so if they were doing things
but-
like making engines more efficient, if you were doing things like planting more fucking trees, you would be solving the problem rather than just making it someone else's issue. This is the same as the NIMBY bullshit we saw with Martha's Vineyard. It's just, oh, I don't want to know about it.
Well, that's literally what this is, and it ties into what we say every fucking time. All this, we're going carbon neutral. Yeah, by shipping all the carbon to China.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of 4D chess move to fucking make China uninhabitable?
No.
No, it's 4D chess move to make North America unemployable.
Yep.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
Here's a couple of villagers who stand on the edge of the 6-mile wide toxic lake that's devastated their farmland and ruined the health of the people in their community.
Oh, those poor bastards.
Mm-hmm.
So
Poor
they did
fucking
this in
farmers.
farmland,
Yes.
Because China is such a bunch of winners.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's another one.
I mean, they're used to famines.
Communism, folks, not even once.
Yeah, like here's another example. Neodymium, essentially a new wind turbine magnet is processed. Yeah, speaking of more shit that they're digging out of the earth at how... That's like, it's carbon neutral. Sorry, how much fucking diesel are those giant fucking earth-moving equipment using when you dig out the neodymium?
How much coal in the smelters?
Yeah, how much...
Hey, guys! Don't be racist. You're talking facts and things here. We should talk about the fiction of different 50 fucking
Shut up,
genders
Trim.
here. Not talk about the real things.
And I just want to point out, looking at that photograph, and maybe it's just not a good camera taking it, but the fucking haze in that enclosed space. That would not be OSHA allowed in the U.S. That's for damn
That
sure.
is real, by the way.
Well,
The
I'm
haze in there, that is real smoke.
No, it's not. That's actually an artifacting from the shitty camera. But I can tell you for a fact that the one guy that's wearing a mask is wearing a cheap piece of paper crap.
He's wearing a cop mask.
Yeah.
And then the other guy just isn't wearing one at all by the looks of it.
Yeah, and that, given U.S. standards in that particular type of area with that open smelting, they would probably have respirators on and more likely have it in an enclosed, ventilated space.
Well, the smartest thing to do would be to enclose the smelter and then just vent to atmosphere, possibly through some air scrubbers of some kind.
Yeah, if this was in a civilized country, they would be running that through scrubbers.
Yeah.
But
John,
it's communist China. So.
John A is saying that carbon neutrals are very misleading, by the way. Carbon neutral isn't so when you factor in where resources come from and how they're sourced. China, cough. Yeah, exactly. Like we're talking about.
Yep. And
Probably
more
The
like
whole,
right
the whole
here.
thing is just a sham.
Like, how many natural resources are being burnt to heat these fucking furnaces?
Mm-hmm. And Trim, I'll correct you with the money part. No, it's about control. They don't give a damn about the money because they can print all that they want. This is about controlling.
The idiots go for the money, while the people who are in the top is like, "Ooh, more control, more for us." Yes.
Can you blow up that graphic, Bezic, if you wouldn't mind?
I can
There's no
try.
large button on the left.
Well, no.
What kind of blow up are you talking
Okay.
about here?
Not like your girlfriend's trim.
Ooh.
I got standards.
Remember, this is an article from 2011, so blowing it up's not really helping. But we can have a
You're not
look at
blowing
this.
hard enough.
God damn it, Trim. Can you lay off the jokes for 5 seconds? Or at least
Okay,
make good
fine.
ones.
That's a good one, Pesic. Right.
I think you're
Right.
asking far too much.
So, let's have a look at this. So, we can compare the different types of generation and their effectiveness. So, they reckon that wind CO2 generated 5 grams per kilowatt hour. Well, that's a lie because you're not taking into account the manufacturing. And then the cost income for generator. So, is 80 to 160 pounds per megawatt hour. And meanwhile, nuclear CO2 generated 5 grams per kilowatt hour. Income for electricity generator 30 pounds to 60 pounds per megawatt hour. Same price for fossil fuels, but while CO2 generated much higher. Then we can look at hydroelectric. CO2 generated 3 grams to 11 grams, and income for electricity generated 30 pounds to 60 pounds per megawatt hour.
So hydroelectric actually produces more CO2 than nuclear does.
Potentially. I would be willing to bet. I'd be willing to bet that they're calculating the cost of the dam there while they're ignoring the cost of the wind turbines.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Then we have solar. CO2 generated 58 grams per kilowatt hour.
Jesus Christ.
Oh boy.
Holy hell.
Yep. And it's all front loaded. It's all manufacturing based.
Yeah, and and income for electricity generator, which is subsidized, £293 to £443 per megawatt hour. Oh yeah,
Yeah, because the government subsidizes it, it's more profitable.
yeah. Wind turbines
Okay,
also
yeah.
subsidized. Yeah, if it wasn't subsidized, they wouldn't do it because there's no money in it.
And I'm looking at this. So wind, solar is subsidized. It looks like unsubsidized for hydroelectric. Definitely unsubsidized for fossil and nuclear. So basically we've got to burn through everybody else's money for what? Basically to make things more expensive in the long run?
Yes.
It says
Sounds
in very
genius,
small
doesn't it?
letters that unsubsidized income increases to 45 to 200 and something pounds when subsidized and when used for special services, for example, emergency balancing of the grid. Yes, because wind and solar can't do emergency grid balancing because they're fucking useless. Hydroelectric, on the other hand, is probably one of the best and most quickest and most efficient for grid balancing. Because literally all you're doing is opening a fucking door wider.
Yep. And, I mean, while there are problems of, water flow with older hydroelectric, they could definitely do, like, miniature pylons and, again, going with a reduced size to go and power smaller areas to feed parts of the grid and cover it rather than just replacing the whole damn thing with, I don't know, wind turbines that you have to subsidize so much that they're not profitable otherwise.
Yeah. Well, this is where we need to go to microreactors.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Micro reactors, micro water turbines. You basically build things to scale for the community rather than these big national or regional plants.
There's something else about this illustration I just noticed that I wanted to point out. Up next to the fossil fuels, aren't those reactor cooling stacks rather than smokestacks?
No, well, those types of cooling towers can be used for both.
All power plants that use heat have cooling stacks. because
Okay.
literally nearly all power generation is steam power. Nuclear is steam. Fossil fuels, steam. So the cooling towers for all of them do the same thing. They just cool the steam back to the water that's then pumped through to get reheated by whatever they're using and then get pumped back through the turbine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Solar is steam too, in a sense, isn't it? Doesn't that
No.
use
No.
water expansion?
That's photovoltaic. Yeah.
Photovoltaic. It's close enough
It's a
to
chemical reaction.
Yeah, it converts. What is it?
Photons to,
Electromagnetic energy within the visible and near visible spectrums.
Yep.
Into electrical energy.
Man, we're getting all sciencey here.
Pretty much.
Says the trim, yes. And yes,
But
we
yeah,
are getting science.
And the whole problem with solar fields is the same with wind farms. They take up a lot of space, and they
Even worse,
basically
actually.
make it unusable for anything other than what it's used for.
Mm-hmm.
And we're instead of say 5 times the space of a fossil fuel coal fire plant, solar takes up maybe 2 times as much, and wind is 5 times as much. That's a rough number from what I've been looking at, and it's like, I don't want to have to see these ugly, hideous-looking places where a coal-fire power plant or nuclear reactor is kind of tucked away because they know the neighbors are going to freak out and be morons about it.
Well, that's the other
But wind
advantage to
farms-
a nuclear reactor. You can, if you're that concerned, just bury the fucking thing.
Yeah. If you can make cell phone towers look like fake trees that are god-awful pipe cleaners, you can do other things with fossil fuels and nuclear.
Mm-hmm.
Hydro, not so much, but you know what? You can make it smaller and scale it to where you need to be.
Yeah, Holt Snyder has arrived. G'day, man. And says, plus the solar panels break down into toxic waste. Yes, they do.
Yep, and I think that's, most other places will ignore that. I know we've been beating the hell out of that, but yeah, all this waste that's being generated when these things break down can't be fixed. They'd have to be thrown out. Where, if you get a steam pipe break in any of these other systems, you take it offline for a couple hours, you get your facilities management people in there, and it's back up and running because they've got spares and replacements ready to go.
And speaking of replacements, all metal is infinitely recyclable.
Yep.
True.
How recyclable, in what ways? It gets a bit funky. Like, your steels can be recycled into lower grade steels, or you can put in more carbon. Speaking of which, steel traps carbon. Suck a dick, lefties. Dear.
We're being accused of being the scientists of Shadilay now.
Oh, that's just rude.
No, fuck the science.
Yeah, we've
Not that
fuck
science, real science.
Fuck experts.
No, we're going monarchy on this one.
Fuck the monarch.
Huh?
Well done,
I
Drew.
didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I said fuck the monarch.
I didn't hear what you. Yeah, works. Sir.
What's the hashtag I've seen? Not my jug-eared monarch.
Oh dear.
And
Oh,
you know what?
yeah.
I'm just gonna say this. With all the talk of more environmentally friendly vehicles, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go get a 1903 Stanley Steamer runabout and be done with it. And that's gonna be my green energy, because I'm just gonna go along the side of the road, chop down trees, burn them as I go.
Speaking of how they're environmentally friendly cars, how much CO2 does it take to recycle a lithium battery?
Oh dear God, it's probably on the scale of tens of thousands.
Yep, that's probably per battery. Well, we know that it allegedly costs $20,000. You know, And that's one of the things that pisses me off. Oh, it's good for mum. Yeah, that's nice, but replacing the battery could buy me 10 second-hand petrol cars. So shut the fuck up and go away.
Yeah. And not to I know I bang on this a lot, but electric vehicles, you can't go more than the set range of the battery, and that decreases over time, especially when you have violent weather fluctuations, and especially thermally, because if you go from extreme hot to extreme cold, the life drops by probably 10 to 20% every month.
And of
I
course,
thought you were going to say every year.
The other problems with them is, well, obviously the grid can't handle them. We've got like 17 different articles about how the grid can't handle fucking solar electric cars. Actually, I think it was either Luke Goblin or Craig or someone who posted it. Let me see if I can find it in Envirotards. Yeah, good boy Craig.
Billy is asking how much to replace the battery.
$20,000.
Team was about 20,000. Oh, Bleach got it. Sorry.
Yeah. So, new scientists. Many electric car users plug their cars in overnight to charge. As the popularity of electric vehicles grow, we'll need to spread out demand more evenly throughout the day to avoid overwhelming electric grids. And then the subtitle says, too many electric cars charging at night may overload electrical grid. No shit!
So somebody needs to come up with a battery system where you can charge it during the day so that you can plug your car into the battery when you get home. Oh, wait. Let's just mine more lithium.
Or
and yes, Earl, the Stanley was a far better car than the Cleveland Steamer.
And if you don't get that reference, you're not nearly profane enough.
No.
Yeah. But yes, the thing I was going to say before I got to this, and I'll talk about this in a moment. One of the many things that I don't think about is, okay, it's one thing if it takes half an hour to drive across your country, Trim, to have electric charging stations. It is quite another when your country is literally a continent.
Yeah. Three out of 4 sultans have this problem.
Yes. Oh God.
Norway Spaghetti Land does not.
Yeah. And this is another thing with the electric stuff that I don't think enough people are talking about. One is you've got houses of different vintages, which means they have different types of wiring, and depending on the way the resistance is. If you've got houses that were built from like the late 50s through about mid 70s in the United States, you have possibilities of older aluminum electrical wiring, which causes fires, and that's one of the reasons why they went away from that through the 80s and 90s, and only until they started doing copper-clad aluminum wiring later that they kind of let that back into the market. But still, it's very, very scary when you think about it, because if you have older homes, and hell, if you go back to early century homes in the U.S. at least, you could potentially be having house fires or massive other problems trying to charge your electric car.
Well, that's it. Like, every house will need to have an electric charger. Right, so that's how many thousands of dollars and shitloads of resources. And you can't charge your cars during peak hours, so I'm sure they'll enforce that remotely. And too many cars charging at night, so everything's going to be trickle charging. Oh, you need to charge during the day. Okay, are you going to pay for my boss to install 3,000 electric chargers in the fucking garage at work?
And continue to operate it, because if your employer now has to, they've got a subsidy to install them. Well, what about a subsidy to operate them? Oh, wait, that's on you. Oops. Yeah, this is not viable for a better future. If they want to make, like a diesel electric engine where the diesel charges the electric engine, because like the Porsche mouse tanks
Yeah.
of World War II, where the electric engine's doing most of the work, but the fossil fuel,
Also
whether
known
diesel
as
or
a
petrol-
hybrid.
Exactly. But oops, we've already got that, and people can still go where the hell they want. Oops.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that pisses me off most. Like, hybrids are great. Like, they've got all the advantages of electric cars and all the advantages of a petrol vehicle at the cost of being a little bit heavier.
Yeah. And if they scaled it up properly to larger vehicles rather than some of these little shit boxes, you could have probably made it more popular. But unfortunately, we're kind of
They've gone straight to electric cars rather than full-size proper hybrids.
Yeah, because if they made a hybrid that, like a 3-ton pickup, or not 3/4-ton pickup in the U.S. as a proper hybrid, I think they could make that work. But unfortunately, that's never going to happen because they'd rather go green and fuck you for getting around and doing the basic necessities of life.
Well, like another example,
live the bond.
another thing that ties into that, within a reasonable, not ridiculously far, but intentionally unspecified distance from where I live, there is a town on top of a massive mountain range. We have dinged.
Holtzinator donated $5. I fucking love that the same people who argue for green energy and electric cars tell me that it's a waste of money to go to space to get the resources we need to make their electric cars.
As it just disappeared into the woodwork.
Sorry, the voice text kicked in because Holtzinator, the absolute Chad, has donated $5 and says, I fucking love that the same people who argue for green energy and electric cars tell me that it's a waste of money to go to space to get the resources we need to make their electric cars.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
10 points to Halcinator.
Yes, 10 points to Holtzinator. Thank you very much, sir, and you are absolutely right. Student history's
student
like
of history.
Y'all have donations. Yeah, we've had donations longer since we started.
If you look down at the donation, you'll see where it's got a Streamlabs, Subscribe Star, Patreon, and merch.
Yeah, if you check the description, we just don't shill that shit because we're not into it. We don't we don't like shilling directly for cash. But
No. I mean, we like shilling for our YouTubes, but shilling directly for money, come on, we're not leftists.
Yeah, exactly. We would like to offer you something in exchange for money.
We're free market, though, so...
And I closed my PayPal.
Yes, but we are very much free market. So if anyone wants to give us money, we will always accept. But we don't go begging for cash. Like, we'll absolutely shill our sort of projects and even our merch. But we don't shill for donations.
Student of history, y'all motherfuckers will shill everything but money.
And Monkey's like, I don't mind shilling for cash. Give me money, please. No, give Basic money.
Monkey, how's the tattoo fundraiser going?
Speaking of, while we have Monkey and his attention, Monkey, are you and Disco doing white pills today?
Better.
Yes, he better. Poor Disco was sick and couldn't make it to the rerun of White Pills last week.
No, Chris is allowed to beg for money because he's doing it for something really important.
That's true.
He's selling a book.
And the Holtzinator has a good point. We should probably put the dono methods higher in the descriptions.
Probably.
Okay. I mean, he did pay us, so he might have a point.
Yeah.
I mean, he bought for that bit of advice.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the deal, folks. If you want to criticize the Sultans...
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, dear.
For every $10, we'll mute Trim for 5 minutes.
It's a worthy sacrifice.
Oh,
I'm willing to accept this sacrifice.
Glorious.
For every 50,
but I want 50%.
Be owed to Newfoundland.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. What I was saying before The whole Nators super chat.
Wait, hold on, Monkey. That's not currently at 0. I remember I put $5 in about a month ago. So yeah, it's at $5. Damn it.
Yeah. Embezzling.
What kind of tattoo are you speaking about here?
A penile tat.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, you were on the boat at the time.
Oh, sad.
But where was it? Oh yeah. So I was saying, there's a town on a mountain range within an unspecified but close-ish distance from me, and it's like half an hour down the fucking mountain.
Oh Christ!
Can you that half hour down the mountain would charge a hybrid enough to travel a long fucking way because you're just sitting on regenerative braking the whole fucking way. Like, you wouldn't even need to, if you lived on top of the mountain, you wouldn't even need to charge your car at night if you worked down the mountain. You'd just roll down the thing and you'd be fucking charged by the time you got to the bottom.
Yeah. Regenerative.
But Basic, what you're saying isn't exploitable, though.
You're right. What I'm saying, it would help solve problems, and we can't have that.
No.
That means more freedom for the individual. That means less money going into eating the boogs.
Yes, as our dear Palpatine lookalike in Germany says, we cannot allow them to have freedom. Yeah.
An insult to Palpatine.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Come on.
Palpatine looks better.
Yeah. And he's not even one of the good Bond villains. He's like
far smarter.
I don't know.
It's like Blofeld in Her Majesty's Secret Service with Lazenby.
With Johnson.
There
I thought you were going to say.
Ah, fuck, what is it? What's his name? You know, the guy. Fuck. The movies from, like, the 80s with the guy with the chest hair and the fucking everything.
Austin Powers?
Yes, Austin Powers. Yes.
That's like the 90s, dude.
The villains in Austin Powers are better villains than Schwab.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Shades of Dominion does point out that
$1 million
Schwab is far too unsubtle, and the Sith would never be so obvious.
Very nice. Very nice indeed.
Also, Star Wars is pro-Jedi propaganda.
Yes.
Well, yes.
It's actually pro-Republic propaganda because the Separatists were dealt a fucking bad hand. The Separatists were the good guys. Just don't look at Grievous, guys. Don't look at Grievous. We don't need to talk about him.
Grievous did nothing wrong.
Honest. The pre-Republic Mandalorians are the only culture that matters.
Yeah. Yep. The other thing I wanted... What was the other thing I wanted to say about it? Oh, yeah. Yes. The other thing with electric cars. So, firstly, you've got all those sort of problems. Secondly, in large countries with long distances between places, if you travel and then run out of fucking juice, it takes like 20 minutes with one of their super ultra fast chargers, and God knows how much heat that must generate.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 20 minutes of fucking downtime.
And pick up a cup of or a jerry can full of electricity.
No, and then like the other thing that ties into what Bleach was talking about with your hybrids, like your hybrid truck. If you've got a fully electric vehicle as your work vehicle, I'm sure your boss will be really happy when you have to stop for 20 fucking minutes to recharge the car.
20 minutes? We're probably talking 2 hours.
The Real Holtzinator donated $5. Silencing trim for 5 minutes would be funny. Your call, though.
Another recent trip I made, and it was 3 hours to the nearest town to go shopping.
Yeah.
That's a 6-hour round trip. You're probably just barely there.
Exactly.
Oh, Another
Oh, shit.
donation.
Yep,
The
we got
real
another
Hulk in
donation.
here. Oh my god.
Silencing Trim for 5 minutes would be funny. Your call, though.
Well,
I
before you
mean,
silence me, though, before you silence me, I actually gotta say this: that I actually need to dip now because there's some shit I need to do. Also, I'm gonna visit a
oh,
person.
that's a little
so-
too damn convenient.
That's
Well, that
It
works
is,
out. Trim's going to shut up and go away. So for the
Exactly,
low price
so
of
now
$10.
nobody will interrupt you. Yeah, you don't. It's still a total of 10. So now I'm obligated to leave. I'll fuck off and leave you guys alone now. Have a nice day, guys.
Student of history, though,
yeah.
points out that Trim needs to be silenced the next time.
Ah, well, doesn't count.
just randomly at some point during the screen, just click. Okay, you're quiet for a while.
Just boot me
dear.
from the call, and I'll just call back 5 minutes later. That sounds better.
Oh dear. No.
Have a nice one, guys. See you later.
See you later, Trim.
Goodbye.
Have a good one, man. Yeah. Let's see. The other thing about the electric cars is, well, firstly, charging them. Like, if you've got a work vehicle and you're traveling, like, firstly, like, and that's just talking about, like, your ute kind of work vehicle. That's completely ignoring things that, like, say, the garbage trucks. How well do you think an electric garbage truck's going to work?
Especially the way they maintain those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy your garbage piles.
Exactly. Well, would just be like San Francisco then, won't it?
Well.
Yeah, but see, then we
Probably.
all go back to neighborhood incinerators so that we can generate electricity that way.
I mean, I'm okay with this.
I mean,
The incinerator in the middle of a forest and go to town.
No, I was
those trees are
thinking
gonna
just
grow.
like put an incinerator where the government offices are. In the community.
Like inside the government office.
Oh yeah, and it's like, oh, here's tax roll paperwork. Oh no, that's burned up. Sorry, no more taxes.
Sir, we seem to have voter rolls full of dead people. Oops.
Oh, Baystafe has some donation goals for us. $5 for the mouthwash theme, 10 to kick Trim off stream, and 50 for feet pics. But Monkey, as long as you send us your feet pics, we'll post them for everybody else for $50. You gotta send them to us for free, though.
Yeah.
$100. I'll play with my wood on stream.
But you do that on your stream for free.
Fair
That's
point.
true.
I might turn the text-to-speech off, though, because the boys can't hear it, and I have to read it out anyway. Same problem Disco has.
Trim's wanting to donate for $55 for Ape to join.
Yes.
But yeah, electric vehicles are really a dead-end technology for anything other than control.
Yeah, Callum Dayton's got a very good point there. He's saying they've been using double-decker electric buses here in Edinburgh, and on them twice. Neither time was good. Once they almost rolled back into a driveway on a 20-degree hill.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a very... Whoa. That's a really low grade.
20 degrees is steep enough. I mean, it's... But, yeah, that's bad. That is really bad. But, hey, this is the future that they want you to have.
Yes.
Yep. Ugh. I'm just... And you know, the funny thing is, I look back at, you know, some of the old electric vehicles, which were basically just run around town from like the 19-teens, 1920s, and they never made any claim that this was, you know, a great way to, you know, transport everyone. It was, hey, you want a quiet vehicle for around town? Here you go. That was it.
Yep. And yeah, Callum's saying about the electric buses, double decker. Both weren't good, almost rolled back into a drive once on a 20-degree hill. Yeah, they don't exactly have great torque sometimes.
No, which is really a shame because good hybrids like diesel electric trains.
Oh,
those
Helen
things have
said they
so
almost
much
rolled
torque.
back into another driver. Sorry.
Driver. Oh, even worse.
Damn.
I'm not sure if that's just a shitty bus driver or a combination of the two.
Probably a combination of the two.
Maintained, yeah.
And when you've got diversity driver.
Mm-hmm.
Driver
what was the
abuse.
other thing we're saying? Yeah. Another thing that an issue, like, imagine a small town, say a town of 200 people. Okay, you now give all 200 of those people an electric car, and they all turn on their chargers, and the power line to town immediately melts. So
Yeah. Well, if you look at it, and again, I think Australia and the U.S. and Canada are great examples of why this will never work, because you have remote areas where you maybe get a large enough power line, just large enough for the houses that exist there. Now you're putting an extreme load on it. It's going to blow. And if you have any sorts of weather adversity, you're not going to be able to get people out safely if there's an evacuation because, well, you didn't charge your electric vehicle before the fire took out the power lines? Oh, well, fuck you. You're dead.
True. That's another point. Like, even if it's not something fatal, like, maybe you have some flooding or high winds and the power lines are taken out. Like, especially in flooding, like, we can't get the cherry pickers and assorted gear in because the floodwaters are still up, so we can't repair the power lines, and it's been 3 days, so all your cars are flat.
Yep. Yeah, I just honestly, the way I look at this is the way I look at speed limiters. This is going to cause, in the long term, more deaths and more destruction because they're trying to control what people do rather than let the responsible people do their thing. And okay, you get a speeding ticket if you're going 20 over, fine. But the rest of it, don't take more control out of my hands about my life because it's my
speaking of
life.
that, I've got a fantastic video on that I just need to grab. No. It's in here somewhere. Come on, guys, where is it? Yeah. And yeah, like, in a remote community, it doesn't take a great deal of effort to go, here's a truck of whatever appropriate size, full of high-density energy in the form of petrol or diesel. Oh, dear.
Yeah, Real Holzinator. So what I'm hearing is the people that want this stuff won't be able to leave the disaster area. Very interesting. Essentially, I mean, that's kind of the worst case scenario problem that I could see coming up with this.
Yeah. Where the fuck is that video?
And yeah, 'cause it's one of those, every time you make the system more stretched, more tenuous and dependent on everything else, the more chance you have for catastrophic failure.
Yeah. So, remember what you were saying, Bleach, about taking control away? Well, let's have a look. So, here's another video from the old boys at ASP. So, here we go.
Pulling up here is filled with wonderful young people on their way to Bible study and earning their Eagle Scout badge in shooting. And they jump out and start shooting the heck out of this white truck who tries to get away, but then the truck ends up stopping and they shoot at that truck some more, a whole bunch of them, including with at least one rifle, and then they're gonna drive off. Now, you go, well, heck, why did that truck stop? We have another angle of it here from, this is a law office, the outside of a law office that we're seeing this from. So this isn't like a crazy bad neighborhood. Gonna see them all jump out and start shooting. The truck tries to get away, but the nanny systems on the truck stop it completely and immobilize it.
Oh my fucking God.
Yep. Because he got too far close behind that other car thing. The car's like, oh, too close, slams it down, shuts it off.
If that driver was injured or killed, I hope they sue the ever-living fuck out of it. Looks like Ford for that system.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like a Ford.
Nanny systems, yeah, Billy. The anti-collision, or you can't be trusted systems. And so you've got these options where, oh, there's a car too close. Or how about lane avoidance where you can't change lanes? Or how about, say, let's see. How about...
Callum Dayton, my car has this feature too. I've zipped through tight spaces good sometimes, but sometimes the fucking brakes kick in. Yeah. I'm a guy who disables the anti-lock braking system in my vehicles because one, I know how to safely, and two, when those brakes start doing things that I don't want them to do, especially on slick surfaces,
that juddering
I've come closer to crashing with an ABS rather than not.
Yeah,
no, one of my cousins just recently picked up a new vehicle, and it's got that lane keeping thing.
Oh, God.
The problem is that the roads in Newfoundland are not super well maintained, so there's not always lines for it to pay attention to.
Yep.
Yeah, apparently it does some funny things.
I test drove a vehicle with that, and full disclosure, I used to be a competitive rally driver at one point in my life. So I drive aggressively on twisty roads, and the car tried to jerk my hands out, from the line I was taking, which was safe, but I was hugging that line, and it just tried to jerk it the other way.
Oh yeah, tried to take
and I was
control
like,
of it.
never buying this car, and unless I can rip it out and not have to reprogram it, I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. I'd far rather have like an MR2 from the 80s than anything new if I was going to drive like that.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was more of a fan of some of the big, heavy rear-wheel drive Mitsubishis from that time.
Oh. Okay.
And those cars, if you know how to get around, the minimal safety features, oh, great fucking cars.
Mm-hmm. All right, so what do we have next? We have... So I just wanted to show another example of that. So I'll just play the video and then I'll explain what I'm talking about. Most of you can probably guess.
Carjackings across the United States are on the rise since 2020, and we're going to show you one caught on camera. And trust us, this one is unlike anything you've ever seen before. It all starts with a car blocking a lane of traffic. They're in the right lane, fully stopped, and in true Midwestern fashion, someone is going to get out and check on them. But police are going to be notified and arrive on scene shortly. They make contact with the driver, and it seems like the driver is not very cooperative. By the way, it's quite cold and well below freezing, if you can't tell from the...
I don't think this is the one I wanted. Because it's been... But basically, what I was saying is that... What I was going to say is, if someone jumps in front of your car and points a gun at you, run them over.
Yep.
Guess what you can't do in a modern car with pedestrian collision avoidance?
Defend yourself?
Yes, but if there's something behind you, like say they're accomplices, and they're in front of you, you can't. If they're close enough,
won't get you out of there.
Yep. And if you get boxed in by two vehicles, you can't get out of that in a car with collision avoidance. In a car without it, you can at least fucking push your way out.
Yeah, and Billy rightly points out, funny they don't allow this shit on military, PMC, private security, personal protection, and bodyguard vehicles. Exactly. Yeah,
well, that's it.
Remove that stuff hard.
Like day 2 of bodyguard driver training is, if someone pulls in front of you and blocks you, and aim for the rear quarter panel.
Yep. That and learning how to pit properly is always one of my favorites.
Yep. Yeah. Christopher says if he was rich, he'd have either a 911 Porsche or a good old Impala. If I was rich, I'd have a nice large sedan from like the 80s or the 90s, but then I'd get it wrapped to look as if it's rusted and the paint's flaky.
You do the chameleon from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, why the fuck not?
I just buy a continuous stream of absolute hoopties and just run them till they collapsed if I had that kind of money.
Yeah, I suppose, but that sounds like effort.
I paid $1,000 for this car. I have $2 million in the bank. I don't give a fuck. I'll pull over and leave the keys in it.
See, now I like to have a nice touring car. You know, like 1930s, good old American kind of semi-exotic car, like an Auburn. Something like that. Duesenberg, perhaps.
Something with a gun rack in the back with a couple of Tommies on it?
No. I want a two-seater runabout.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Blog says he's a fan of the Stealth Beast car. If you actually want a nice car that's kind of stealthy, the Dodge Stealth actually is a surprisingly quiet car.
Oh dear.
One of my acquaintances up in Seattle had a Geo Metro.
Oh my god.
Absolute rat car. But what they did is they welded a roll cage in it with extra reinforcement on the side. Because they gave zero fucks about the car. And they were very happy when somebody hit them and they got out, walked away, and the other car was totaled.
Yeah. Oh dear. So let's get back to the Vox article.
Yeah. This was such a nice detour from evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
So getting back to it. Actually, we're back to we got looking at the survey, weren't we? Not the article itself. Right. So the next one they had was where do parties currently stand nationalism versus multilateralism? Those favouring multilateralism seek to respect international treaties, engage with the United Nations agencies, and collaborate with regional organisations like the EU, OAS, AU, and other bullshit. Those favouring nationalism reject these ideas. Right, so sane people and communists.
Yes.
And where do parties currently stand on women's rights? Where do you place each party in the following scale? Strongly favours women's rights, strongly opposes women's rights. Women's rights to what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this the line of, I wish a woman holding a sign, I wish I had as many rights as guns? Oh, so you want to be registered, have to go through a background check before you're owned, have
locked up when you're not in use.
Yeah. Have your ammunition stored separately, if you get my drift.
Yeah. I still maintain, though, that the only common sense gun law is that when it's not in your control, it should be locked up. And by in your control, I mean within your region of control, like... In your house is fine, but
okay, I'll give you
that. When you're out of the house, the guns that you've left in the house should probably be secured somehow. So if someone breaks in, they can't fuck off with them as easily. But I also mean that in your control does include on the bedside table while you're asleep.
Fair.
But I'd be willing to accept that as the only common sense gun control. When it's not within your domain of control, it should be secure. Oh, here we go. Next, where do parties currently stand ethnic minority rights? Where do you place each party on the following scale? Strongly favours ethnic minority rights, strongly opposes ethnic minority rights. So this is the one we were looking for from the article. So the article is... So this is the vertical scale. Party favours or opposes ethnic minority rights. Cool. So how they've determined this is based on a survey of experts and what they think of a party, not any objective policy. So we can just throw the entire fucking survey and all its conclusions out the window.
Pretty much. Wow. And yeah, student of history. Oh shit, we're still on this article. Yeah, I mean it's the gift that keeps on giving, man.
Wait, was that whole conversation about renewable energy a tangent? Yes, it was, because one of the questions was environmental protection. Oh, fuck.
Welcome to the Sultans, where if we go down a rabbit hole, we drag you fuckers with us.
Well, welcome to the Sultans, where what you think is a tangent from the main story is in fact a tangent from the hour-long tangent from the thing we were talking about.
Well, let's have a tangent about talking about tangents, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah. So we've established that the whole of experts and how they rate parties is bullshit. 'Cause I wonder how many Republicans experts they asked.
0.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And then they're like, the Republican Party is a global outlier. Well, that's a straight lie. It's literally on the best fit line in your fucking graph. So shut the fuck up. And there's things that are both further north of it and further east of it, so just fuck off. You're wrong. Shut up. Go away.
Clip that.
Oh, indeed. So up next, the Republican turn against democracy begins with race.
No.
Hold on a second. What the fuck is this chart? Average agreement percentage with these questions then aligned with ethnic antagonism. Normalized Republicans with high levels of ethnic antagonism generally agree with statements. What the fuck is ethnic antagonism? We're going to fucking go on a fucking deep dive here.
So not taking people and expecting them to integrate is that antagonism by this definition?
Yep. So
look at the statement. Look at the sort of statements they're using to assess this too.
No, these
it is hard to trust the results of elections when so many people will vote for anyone who offers a handout. What the fuck does that have to do with ethnicity?
No. They're saying that the more someone the more ethnic antagonism someone has, the more they agree with these statements. And we're going to find out what the fuck ethnic antagonism. I assume it's going to be white supremacy as defined by, what the fuck was it? The Smithsonian. You know, shit like showing up on time.
Good God.
So yes, the questions are hard to trust elections, use force to save way of life, use strong leaders, bend rules, and take law into own hands. Oh, fuck me dead, that sounds like libertarians. So what the fuck is this ethnic antagonism bullshit? Right. 2020 paper.
Oh, of course. 2020.
What the fuck is ethnic antagonism, and how do you assess it? Ethnic antagonism. Come on.
See what the Southern Poverty Law Center says about it, I guess.
Yeah.
How do you define?
Are you comfortable in your own skin?
Ethnic antagonism.
Being an evil white man. Well, then you must be an evil, terrible racist.
Right.
Even if you might be dating a minority.
This idiot says the more promising place to look for antecedents of anti-democratic sentiments is in the substance of political attitudes. Here I distinguish 6 latent dimensions, including ethnic antagonism. Ethnic antagonism and the key indicators of ethnic antagonism. Plus, unfair government resources to immigrants, African Americans, Latinos, poor people, unfair political power for immigrants, African Americans, Latinos, poor people. I love how they include poor people as ethnic antagonism. Discrimination against whites, welfare recipients better off than people who work. What?
So the poor white part of Kentucky, where there's no minorities that I've ever seen, are getting better living standards than the people that work, is somehow an ethnic antagonist. How is welfare an ethnic group?
Yes.
How the fuck is that?
And they're like, welfare recipients better off than people who work. Is somehow ethnic antagonism. Sorry, would you like to go back to the part where not very long ago you could made more money being on welfare than working full-time at minimum wage? Do you not remember that?
Oh, Callum Dayton. So, discriminating against Al Bundy is racial discrimination now.
Am I understanding
this right? Yes, you are.
No, it's not racial discrimination. It's ethnic antagonism.
Oh, yes, ethnically poor.
Yeah. And so things that subtract from your ethnic antagonism score: immigrants contribute to society, feeling towards welfare recipients, Muslims, immigrants, poor people, closest to immigrants, Latinos.
Wait, when did Muslim become an ethnicity?
It's not.
Since
Exactly.
about 2001, when it's
Yeah,
like, oh,
bullshit.
no, it's not.
If you think the welfare recipients are better off than people who work, you know, when they get more money from welfare than people on minimum wage get from their full-time job, and you don't think that Muslims or immigrants contribute to society, and you're not a fan of closest to immigrants or Latinos.
So, Callum Dayton's okay, but fair question. When does ethnicity and race not cross? So, let's just look at Europe right now. So you've got the Slavs, and then they're divided, ethnically into the Poles and the Czechs, Slovaks. That's where race and ethnicity don't cross over. They're all the same race, but they're very different ethnic groups.
I think I get what he's saying, though. There is a strong correlation between certain ethnicities and religion, but
fair. But
Muslim is not an ethnicity.
No,
nor is it a race.
An example that agrees with what he's saying is Jews. Jews are both religion and an ethnic group. You can be ethnically Jewish but not religiously Jewish. You can be ethnically Jewish and religiously Jewish, or you can be religiously Jewish but not ethnically Jewish.
Yes.
But there is a strong correlation. If you're ethnically Jewish, chances are you're going to be religiously Jewish. And if you have... And for other ethnicities, it's more of a geographical correlation. If you happen to be an Arab from Pakistan or whatever,
yep,
probably more likely to be a Muslim because Pakistan.
Probably.
Yeah, it's definitely more related to that. Okay, let's have a look at some of these other things, just because they're so fucking stupid. And we'll have a look at some of the more ethnic antagonism later. So, latent dimension, Republican effect. Filling swords, Pence, Republican Party, Republicans, McConnell, closest to Republicans. I'm sorry. A latent dimension of Republicans is how they feel about Republicans? I'm sorry, did you graduate kindergarten?
I don't think so. I don't think they got out of the Head Start program for infants and toddlers.
Yeah. Cultural conservatism, respect for the flag, decline of manufacturing due to bad trade deals, unfair government resources to people in big C's, rich people, unfair political power for people in big C's and rich people, feelings towards poor people. You're double dipping. In three of these, they have feelings towards poor people. No, shut up, fuck off. The NRA, and then subtracting from their cultural conservatism, closest to people in big C's, rich people, feelings towards journalists. Are journalists a racial group now? Black Lives Matter, college professors, Wall Street bankers, sexual harassment, abortion choice.
It's basically setting the whole standard of how much are you with the message,
literally,
versus, I don't know, being a normal functional individual.
Oh, actually, we've got item wording as well, so we'll look at that in a moment. Political cynicism. People like me have no say. Government too powerful. Government efforts generally ineffective. And subtracting from that, government does a good job of providing services. Trust in government. Feeling towards politicians and Congress. I'm sorry, you clearly were born retarded and then got dumber, weren't you?
I think this was like an attempted abortion, and this is what happened.
So, let's see. So, up here in the item wording appears in SI appendix table. What was it? S1. Right, so we can look at it. Oh, good. Measurement model.
Excellent.
We can see. So, Republican effect, Trump effect, economic conservatism, cultural conservatism, ethnic antagonism. and political cynicism.
Trump effect.
So let's have a look at the questions. People have different views about the federal government's response to this. Please indicate whether you think the government should or should not be doing each of the following things. Protecting our borders to prevent illegal immigration. Providing support for businesses to get started and grow. Making sure that schools are racially integrated. Providing a decent standard of living for people unable to work. Strictly regulating pollution and environmental hazards. Providing a job for everyone who wants one. Communism. Helping families pay for childcare and college. No, fuck off. We should not be helping families pay for childcare and college. The only thing we should be providing them is a free elementary and secondary education. Because I don't want to be surrounded by idiots. Then again, seems that hasn't worked too fucking well.
No. And actually, you know, and this is just a very, American perspective. We started going down this route of let's do mandatory standardized testing for grade advancement, which honestly, that's been the worst choice because it's made everyone dumber and it doesn't allow teachers to tailor their teaching style and content to help the students learn. It's just, here it is, set in stone, and if they don't pass because they can't follow the convoluted bullshit, then they're being held back.
Yeah.
No.
And so making sure everyone has good access to good healthcare. Reducing differences in income between rich and poor people. No. We shouldn't be reducing differences in income between rich and poor people. No, shush, shut up, fuck off. I'm from a country that actually gets social health care the closest to correct I've ever heard of. But even then, there's many, many problems with it. But at least in Australia, you are provided a basic standard of health care for essentially free on taxpayer money, rather. But you have to go through the public system and you have whitelists. However, there is absolutely nothing at all preventing you from just going, fuck this shit, I can't be bothered waiting, we're going to pay. And it works quite well.
I think, with the US, the problem is it's not going to improve the standards for the minimum. It's going to take the top part that can't afford, all the extras, and it's going to shove them down to the very worst care, and we're going to end up probably like Canada or the UK, where it's like, oh, no, you've got to wait, and, you've got some problems, maybe get on the list for euthanasia.
Yeah,
No, we don't want that.
No, you definitely need a robust private system. But I also think the idea of people going bankrupt or being in severe financial straits because they fucking fell off a ladder and broke their leg or something.
Oh, yeah.
But
I think that's been, in the standards here in the U.S., if you get that and you go to an emergency room, you can be treated without any sort of, significant payment if you can't afford it. But the hoops of having to prove you can't afford it are just so onerous. It's ridiculous.
And one of the things that really gets in my grill that the States does that I think there wouldn't be a huge amount of pushback to solving, though I can see how it'd be a problem, is ambulances. Like, the amount of people who turn down going to hospital just because the ambulance alone will cost like $4,000. That's some red hot bullshit. However,
I would like to know why, I'd like to see a breakdown of that cost. I'm sure a lot of it has to do with insurance liability. And they don't want to get sued.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of I'm sure a lot of it's bullshit though. But
it absolutely is. But I just want to see what they do to justify the price tags.
I'm sure they make it up because they sure as shit aren't paying the paramedics enough.
No.
So I would also say that we don't want frequent flyers taking the piss. So I would suggest that we take a halfway point. You get X amount of ambulance rides covered by the government per year, something like that.
Well, I think what would make a better sense, at least in the U.S., is instead of all this money being dumped directly into Medicaid and Medicare, and with some of the fraudulent problems they have is take that pool of money and direct it into ambulance services. And
Well,
not a perfect solution, but
It'd
I think that
certainly
would be a
work well
better solution.
because there would be less opportunity for fraud if you force, because it'd have to go through the 911 system. So there would be records. You could prove that there was a person calling.
And, I think you'd have to actually have an enforceable audit system because that's where it comes down to. But I think the whole thing is just so jacked up because there are people that take advantage of the system that work in government and they don't see anything wrong with it because, it's my money anyway. So, no, fuck off. It's not yours.
Yeah. It's fucking ludicrous.
UCY be the one is talking about standardized testing. You can be of a different race, get a lower score, still pass. But if you're white or Asian, you better be smart. Yeah, I think the standards vary, unfortunately, too much. But I remember the Ted Kennedy Bush compromise of No Child Left Behind, where they introduced it and it's been degrading ever since.
Yeah.
I think that all just needs to be abolished.
Like, I can see some value in standardized testing.
Agreed,
However, the way it's being done is completely wrong.
Well, here's my thinking is if they want to do a standardized test per grade, every student should be evaluated by the standardized test to determine what coursework they should get rather than just advancing to the next grade level. So if someone gets graduate level English work and elementary school math work, well, then let them not have to deal with all the extra English stuff and focus more on the mathematics rather than just, here you go, here's a cookie cutter, shut up, do your thing. Just make it flexible.
Exactly. There is some value to standardized testing for things like university entrances and things, and just as a general thing, but there's far too much weight put into fitting the mold.
Yes.
If teachers could be trusted, it would be of far more value to have the teacher weight grades on things that, I remember back in the day when I got report cards, there used to be a section for effort, which I think is quite an important section. Because quite often you might be better with someone who will put in shitloads of effort than someone who can pass a test.
Yep. Yeah. And I just don't understand why the test is that important. We had, the SATs, which kind of general competence in multiple subjects, good for college admissions, but for lower levels, I remember taking, it was like 3 or 4 standardized tests, and it was to see how education was. It wasn't for the individual student, but it was for kind of a general regionalized competence to see how it was doing, and no funding was based on it, no restrictions. It was just to kind of evaluate. I think it was like the Iowa tests.
Aye.
But yeah, things changed dramatically because they wanted to have more. Oh well, we need to bring lower the bar to bring up the test grades. Essentially, is the way I heard it. And no, you can't hold back those that excel and force those that are failing, who have no interest in higher education, to become more higher educated, because those individuals really should be encouraged to go off and say, hey, we know you suck at some of these higher theoretical ideas, but you know what? You're damn good at figuring out how to do plumbing and construction.
Yep.
Here's an option for you to go over here, and we need to get away from college as mandatory.
Yeah, we do.
To get ahead.
So Bleach has to go soon, so I will just finish up by going through the rest of these things that pertain specifically to ethnic antagonism. So I'm going to read everything out that increases it, but if it decreases your ethnic antagonism, I'll point that out. So unless said otherwise, it increases it. So, increasing, protecting our borders to prevent illegal immigration, decreasing it, making sure that schools are racially integrated, and now increasing. These days, people on welfare often have it better than those who work for a living. Things have changed so much that I often feel like a stranger in my own country. Discrimination against whites is as big a problem today as discrimination against blacks and other minorities. For African Americans to succeed, they need to stop using racism as an excuse. Speaking English is essential for being a true American.
Mm-hmm.
And now, the next two decrease it. Racial discrimination is the main reason why many African Americans can't get ahead these days. That's bullshit. We know this is bullshit. It's called affirmative action. They get free shit.
And you know what's really worse is African Americans holding other Africans back because, oh, well, you're acting too white. You need to stop that. It's like, no, they're doing what they think is best for them. And,
exactly.
A good friend of mine, he and his white wife have kind of been ostracized by his extended family because who he decided to marry and his politics are probably further right than mine.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got no time for them because they want him to kind of go back to the hood. And he doesn't want any of that. And he's doing damn good in his life.
Yeah. Let me see.
Immigrants contribute a great deal to American society and culture.
No.
Kind of, but not the way it currently is going on.
Yes, they do.
The big contrast between Canada and the U.S. is that Canada wants the immigrants to continue to celebrate and embrace their own culture, even though they're supposed to be integrating into our country. The switch in the U.S. is, no, you come here, you become a fucking American.
Yeah, as it should be. And, you can still keep parts of your culture. Like, you've got Chinatown, you've got Koreatown. And those are great, because those are the bits of your culture we want. We don't want your communist bullshit. We want your fucking curry.
Don't come to another country and bring your internecine fucking intertribal bullshit.
Don't bring your politics.
Both from the same country. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Don't bring your politics. Bring the cultural parts of your country. Bring the bits that people go on tourism to your country for.
And I look at some of the urban areas where you've got the cultural enclaves, but you get outside of that, and once they leave it's okay to remain your ethnicity without integrating, they integrate very quickly. And I used to work at a place that did naturalization services. And those people were the most flag-waving, Americans I've ever seen. And it's like, I want this as my neighbor, not the guy who's like, yeah, fuck off. I'm going to become a communist now. It's like, no.
Well, I mean, take me and Bezic. We're both more American than the average fucking liberal. And we're not even in the country yet.
Yep. And I'd
Trans-Texans
also
together.
point out roof Koreans. That's some American shit.
Oh god, I love Ruth Koreans.
Oh god,
yeah, immigrants protecting their small business with guns against a race riot. Now that's American.
It doesn't get more American than exercising your 2A right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Let's see. So, what was the next one on the list?
Christopher Everard goes, America.
Yeah.
He's saying Mercia.
Yeah. Here's one that increases your whatever it was, your ethnic hatred or something. People like me don't have any say about what the government does, and they use that to say that. That couldn't mean Republicans, you fuckwits. Why do you put race into it?
Because everything's about race in the U.S. anymore, and it's just no, fuck that. I don't want to have to pay attention to somebody's race because it doesn't really matter. It only matters when they start shoving it in my face and telling me how bad I am because I'm not bending over and going full, faint for Obama over them. Like, I don't care. I don't fucking care.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. So here's another one that increases your ethnic. What are we calling it? I can't fucking remember. Ethnic antagonism. Here's one that increases it. If you like Fox News.
Ah, yes, the Milk Toast channel.
Yeah.
So this was definitely a survey created by a liberal.
Yeah. So here's a bunch that decrease if you like them. People on welfare, poor people, Black Lives Matter, fuck them, they're a bunch of scum. Muslims, immigrants, Latinos, and African Americans. And if you like white people, that increases it.
What?
And then, oh my god, oh my fucking god, they've asked about poor people again. How close do you personally feel to each of the following kinds of people? If you don't feel close to poor people, if you feel close to poor people, that decreases your ethnic antagonism score.
But if you like people living in rural areas, it increases your antagonism.
Mm-hmm.
They're
literally double dipping. This is so poorly done. Do you think and then it asks, do you think each of the following groups get more or less than its fair share of government resources? Poor people, immigrants, African Americans, Latinos. And then again, it asks, do you think each of the following groups has more or less than its fair share of political power? Poor people, immigrants, African Americans, Latinos. Fucking hell. What utter bullshit.
This is like a brain hemorrhage in form of a poll.
Yep. And it's so poorly written and laid out. What?
Partisanship causes Republicans to justify anti-democratic behavior.
Right, and this chart looks at early versus in-person voting in the 2017 Montana House special election. After the Republican candidate assaulted a reporter the day before the election, he appears to have lost support in Democrat precincts, but saw gains in some heavily Republican ones. Holy fucking correlation is not causation, Batman!
I mean, what? Okay, it's a special election, so it's not a regular election, so turnout's going to be extremely low. And again, another brain hemorrhage. I don't care. I just don't care.
But also
the natural experiment is not going to apply to a special election.
Yeah. But they're also sitting here going, oh, he assaulted a reporter the day before the election, and then he appears to have lost support in Democratic precincts, but saw gains in some heavily Republican ones. I'm sorry, are you suggesting this because of what happened to the reporter? That more Republicans voted on election day than Democrats?
Strange, that. Oh, God.
And it's a really, really fucking shit fucking poll.
Well, I mean, have we found any poll in this?
This table is just awful. Shit? But, like, if you want to apply correlation and causation, I'm pretty sure people who vote on election day, rather than do pre-polling, are going to feel more Republican or more right than people who vote early.
Student of history, this was Montana.
Callum's suggesting that we should write our own survey and post it. Ooh.
I mean, we could do that.
We should do a survey. We'd have to figure out. We'd have to figure out what we're going to survey, and then we'd have to do the questions, but do proper questions because apparently we're better at this than them.
Yes.
First question. France, Delenda asked. Question mark.
Oui or non?
Right. The crucial impact of right-wing media. Republicans, magnified divergence. Probability of casting party vote and days to next election. With Fox News or no Fox News. So if you get less Fox News, you're less likely to cast party vote before the election. What?
Uh-huh.
So if you don't watch Fox News, you're less likely to vote Republican.
I think...
Yeah, because this doesn't make any sense, because it's like... people who are going to vote on a party line are more likely to watch either Fox
Party
or
News,
like
funny
MSNBC. They're going to go to where they don't feel personally insulted, for the most part.
All right, so up next, they've got Republicans have an unpopular policy agenda. Sorry, but that makes them anti-democracy? You really... And now it's looking at support for bill. So, GOP tax reform bill 2017, GOP healthcare bill, so these are low. Dodd-Frank financial reform bill above 60%.
Oh, that was absolute garbage, and I can honestly say I farted in front of Dodd's store at the Senate office buildings once in my life, and yeah, it was glorious.
Yeah, that's the kind of political protest we need, God damn it.
Exactly. Yep. And it was so bad the staff had to shut the door.
Excellent.
And then we've got, like, the American Clean Energy and Security Act is over 60%. The Affordable Care Act, that's under 60%. TARP bank bailout, under 60%. Expand minimum wage, that's over 80%, because of course poor people want more money. Ban gay marriage, 2006. Actually, just under 50%, because they're being dodgy with the chart.
And if the survey was conducted in California, it'd be a lot different.
Assault weapon ban 994. That was nearly 80%. Fuck you and your assault weapon ban. Eat a dick. Clinton healthcare plan, 40%. And then the Brady bill, over 8%. What the fuck was the Brady bill?
That's basically the assault weapons ban with a lot more harshness. Basically made it hard to purchase most firearms. And
this is what they're using to determine that GOP things are largely unpopular? Like,
going all the way back to
are you including Clinton?
Yeah.
That makes no sense. No sense at all. So their argument is that the GOP's modern economic agenda is widely disliked, and that makes them anti-democracy.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Some of the most consequential Republican attacks on democracy happen at the state level. And their chart is many states implemented voting restrictions in the past decade after Republicans gained ground in state elections. Making sure that only American citizens vote and they only vote once is an attack on democracy.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's an attack on our democracy.
Yeah.
Yes.
The national GOP has broken government. The rise of the filibuster and the 60-vote Senate. Closure of votes to end debate through the 2019-2020 Senate. So they're arguing that this is fucking Republicans' fault.
Yeah, so after the Democrats implemented this during the Bush years,
yes,
they're blaming the Republicans.
Well, that's it. Like, we can see that it really started kicking off in 2010-ish. Oh, for fuck's sake.
And you know what? The worst part about that is the guy who's complaining about it the most is Chuck Schumer, and that's the guy who implemented it.
Look, and here's another one. Republicans ran democracy because Republicans didn't care when Trump abused his power. And their argument for that is support for Trump's impeachment over Ukraine. Only 8% of Republicans supported it. You know, the thing that was entirely made up and complete bullshit. And then support for Trump's impeachment over the Capitol riot. Only 8% of Republicans supported it. And this is their argument, that Republicans didn't care when Trump abused his power. Well, we'll get back to you when Trump abuses his power.
Yeah. Let's examine the statement Trump abused his power. When?
Yes.
Yeah. So student of history is asking about the 60-vote Senate for cloture. That is to move a bill from debate to an actual vote, if I'm remembering this correctly, because it gets discussed from time to time. But let's end debate and go vote on the bill directly, and that cloture vote started in, say, it was 2004 or 2003. It's been a while, and prior to that, there had, I think it was like 55, but don't quote me on that because my wrangling of politics for that time period gets hazier and hazier. So
yeah,
just to end debate. So
yeah, look at this. Yet in both cases, the percentage of Republicans that supported impeaching him was the same, a measly 8%. Sorry, a measly 8% of Republicans supported impeaching Trump for things he didn't fucking do.
Yeah.
Most acquitted president.
It's just... No.
What utter bullshit. And then we have Republican support for potential candidates in the 2024 primary. Because they're like, Trump and Trumpism could return in 24, and that's a threat to our democracy. 54% of Republicans favor Donald Trump as the potential candidate.
Why'd they even put Mike Pence on that list?
Mike Pence isn't a Republican. Oh, fucking Mitt Romney.
Oh, Romney's total trash. I would vote for Pence 10 times before I'd even consider voting for Romney. It's like Donald Trump Jr., I don't think he's ever expressed interest in running for an office.
No, I don't think so.
Ted Cruz,
I'm surprised. Go ahead.
I would like to see Ted Cruz as Senate Majority Leader. Because he does a better job there, and let's be honest, ousting Mitch McConnell in favor of Cruz would be a massive improvement. Rand Paul would be better, but Cruz, I think, plays with the political system just enough to actually seize control.
So shit, and like they're complaining that Republicans still control the bulk of state houses and are gearing up for a new round of voter suppression bills and extreme gerrymandering. They're not voter suppression, shut up.
Gerrymandering. Does no one remember who Jerry was? Was he a Democrat in fucking New York?
Whoops.
Yeah.
Would that be places?
New York.
Would that be New York, where like some of the districts are like 3 inches wide, running down the river?
Didn't I see an article a while back about how like half of one apartment building, depending on whether it was on the east or the west side of the line, was considered to be part of a different district?
Fucking hell, yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's probably right.
Well, they do the same thing here in Newfoundland. Every few years, they change the ridings. So
and
yeah.
What's really interesting is in the American South, a lot of states have to have like court approval for redistricting, where you don't have that in the rest of the country because you know Jim Eagle and all that stuff, and it's like I get it, and it actually kind of makes it more balanced in some ways because it has to go through a just non-spurging out legislature doing it, but yeah, where they always claim voter suppression is the places that usually have the stricter standards on how you redistrict. Yay.
Yeah, well, you need to go now, don't you, Bleach?
Yes, I do. So, chat, have a great day, gentlemen. Thanks for having me on again, and
always welcome, Bleach. Always required.
I see how it is. You're just abandoning me to the rest of the Black Bills.
Yes, because a date is slightly more important than this.
Yeah.
Gross.
All right, everybody.
See ya.
Take it easy, Bleach.
Women are temporary. Black pills are eternal.
Non-swatches forever. Oh, speaking of which, somebody asked us if we were going to be on Odyssey later today.
Depends how we're doing for time, but given that we had like an hour version on the environment, probably going to run out before White Pills if White Pills is on today. Monkey, if you're still here, is fucking White Pills on?
He did say the plan was yes, I think.
Ah.
Just scroll back here.
I might flick Disco a message and just double check, because you know how Monkey is.
Stape says the plan is yes, but that was
yes. Okay, yes.
Substantially long ago.
He's in chat now. Yes. Excellent.
Okay.
White pills. Yes. Missed my white pills last week. Need more white pill.
Yeah, I even sent a bunch of stuff in this time.
Awesome. Thank you, Monkey. Okay, what do we have next? Oh yeah, just that one of those articles about that asshole running him over. Here we go. Here's some white trash. H.E.R. Her to star as Belle in ABC's Beauty and the Beast 30th anniversary special. So, some dumb black bimbo who can't even wear a shirt properly is an Afro-Filipino woman who will play the role of Belle on screen.
Why?
Right.
French story. Why?
Yes. Because there were so many French people in 1600 France. Sorry, so many black people. Fucking French people ruining France.
Yeah. Base Tape says check with Disco anyway. Haven't heard from her today. Oh, lovely.
She's been busy
Damn it,
playing... What was she playing? Star Citizen. But yeah, I'll flick her a message. Afro-Filipina. Callum. So she's African and Filipino.
Yes.
So
Which
who
is kind
the
of funny
fuck
because
is
somehow
this
she
stupid
manages to
bitch?
be continental and racial.
And her name is her. H.E.E.R. Oh, and another dot as well. Just because she's an idiot. Just to prove she's an idiot.
I'm just going to call her Dot.
Gabriella Sarmiento Wilson, born June 27th, 1997. Oh,
Why would you not
good.
call
So
yourself
she...
Gabriella? It's a beautiful name.
Because she's a stupid woke bitch. She was born in California. What the fuck do you expect?
Oh, well, fuck. Gag me.
She originally started under her real nice name, then re-emerged in 2016 as H.E.E.R. You silly bitch. She received reports from idiots such as Usher, Tyrese, Pusha T, and Wycliffe Jean.
October 5th, she participated in the 2019 edition of the Rock in Rio Festival. Among headliners. Yeah, I thought they were talking about how she had opened for these people, but she really didn't.
God, she's a stupid whole bag.
Oh, what? Yeah. Ugh.
So let's see what this stupid bitch looks like. Oh yeah,
She's
yeah.
pretty. I'll give her that. Well, I think we have different tastes. I mean, she's not a ginger.
Sorry, look at that face shape.
Yeah, that's a little square jawed for my taste.
That's all
No, she
right.
looks okay there.
But yeah, that looks better.
I know about the hair thing. That hairline thing.
That
always freaks me
hair's
out.
hideous. But in this one, her face looks attractive, but she still has no place as Belle. Also, look at that cultural appropriation right fucking there.
Yeah, that's pretty sure that's Japanese kimono.
It's definitely Japanese inspired, but it doesn't look right to me. Is it a kimono or the other one? I can't remember. I should.
Oh, okay.
I should
I
know
don't know. I'm
off the top
racist,
of my
I can't
head.
tell the difference.
But yeah, that's clearly cultural appropriation. She's not Japanese.
What's the picture of her with the snake?
There's a snake? Oh,
Yeah, right there.
God. Just being a stupid bitch.
Yeah.
Yes, Yukasa's the one I'm thinking of. Christopher, thank you. Yeah, that looks like more like a yukasa than a kimono, because kimonos are usually heavier, I think. But either way, that's not particularly important, but... Yeah, okay, in that one, she's attractive enough, but she still has no fucking place as a French aristocrat.
No.
Oh. Okay, and hold on, let me get up Beauty and the Beast. Because we are going to go to the Google Tubes. Oh god, there was a 2017 version? Oh, it was that live action
it's the one
piece of
with Emma
shit.
Watson.
The live action piece of shit with that useless bitch. Speaking of things that I ignored because I knew they were immediately going to be trash. At least Emma Watson has brown hair. And is
Very pale.
vaguely white.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. There's Belle.
She looks ginger in some of the pictures as well.
Yeah, and some of them, though I think that's just colouring issues.
Maybe that her hair is meant to be auburn. It depends
Yeah.
on the lighting. I don't know.
Probably.
Oh yeah, the side by side is perfect.
There's a slight... Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. What's the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference here? And also, I'm pretty sure that the coloring's wrong in that one anyway, and the hair's actually too dark.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like in some of these, she's straight up got red hair. Like, this is a Disney one.
Yeah.
But no, clearly an auburn hair and green eyes and white.
Yeah, kind of whitish.
Yes, and as Mr. Everard points out, Beauty and the Beast is a fairy tale written by French novelist Gabrielle Suzanne Babot de Villeneuve and was published in 1740. How many black people were there in France in 1740?
Not a lot. I'm willing to bet. Not a lot of happy ones.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to bet there were some black slave owners in France at the time.
Oh yeah, here's... Oh god, the Beast looks awful.
Yeah, that's terrible CGI.
Yeah.
How the fuck is it that graphics are getting better for video games? And oh my god, the picture of Buddy in that suit. But how is it that graphics are getting so much better in video games, and yet CGI in films is getting shite?
Yeah. It's ridiculous. And in these ones from this version, like, Emma Watson looks really pretty, but she doesn't look right for Belle. They also managed to really fuck up the hairdo.
Yeah.
Like, the hairdo is completely fucking wrong.
Yeah, and no offense to Emma Watson, but she's a little plain for Belle.
They've clearly fucked something up. Like, maybe she could pull it off, but firstly, the hair's wrong, the dress is inferior. And, yeah, there's just something wrong. But, yeah, how did they manage to fuck up the hairdo? Like, she's clearly got her hair up in a weird half bun thing.
Christopher Everard thinks that Emma was really good in Belle, to be honest.
Yeah, but then he goes and shoots his point in the head.
Yeah.
Because he says, strong, opinionated, and very intellectual. So, very little in common with Emma Watson.
Well, Emma looks intellectual.
Yeah, but strong, no. Opinionated, well, sure. And very intellectual. Callum says Emma in this looks like, what's her name from the Twilight movies, the female in love with vampire You mean the one with the pedophile werewolf that fell in love at the age of 20 with the newborn baby?
Yeah, that was a bit strange.
Yeah, you're right. She does look a bit like her. But this is ridiculous. Look, fucking... No. Okay. You can't have a black woman portraying a white woman. Yeah, it was Kirsten something or other. But Kirsten Bell.
From Twilight?
Yeah, Kirsten Dumbitch. Kirsten Bell, isn't it?
Stewart. Oh, Stewart.
Kirsten Stewart. I don't know, something. Yeah, here's another one. And the stupid bitch is like, Aretha Franklin inspired her outfit. You don't mean Japanese culture that you've appropriated and inspired your outfit, you stupid hoe. Callum asked an interesting question. Who are they going to play as the bad guy? Oh, God, yeah, he's going to be Gaston. Because Gaston's the bad guy. Where? Hold on. Joshua Henry. Some fugly black dude.
Oh, man.
A Canadian-American actor and singer of stage and screen. Best known for portraying Hayward Patterson in Kendra and Ebb's 2010 musical The Scottsboro Boys. So someone else I've never fucking heard of.
Yeah.
Interestingly, though, the Beast is vaguely white. Josh Groban. Oh, I've heard of that fucking loser before. Who the fuck? I'm certain I've heard of his bullshit. But God, he's a pathetic fucking loser.
He can't even wear a jersey and look.
No, it's
no, wait, that's not a jersey. That's some sort
closer.
of dashiki or something.
I'm certain I've heard of him.
Yeah.
But this fucking manlet is going to play the Beast?
Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me?
Fucking Jesus.
Oh, we're all doomed.
What the actual fuck? Sitting here fucking pretending that he looks like the fucking... Like, take a look at the actor playing the Beast here. He's fucking bulked up in his motion capture suit. It's no one... Oh God, they've really fucked up the Beast in the 2017 version. It looks hideous. Still looks better than Cats, though.
It still looks better than what?
The Cats.
The play?
No, the stupid fucking... Oh, you haven't seen it?
Oh, the one with, what's his name from the friggin' Late Show or whatever. James Corden.
Yeah, these abominations.
Oh my... Yeah. Yeah. No, I knew what you were talking about. I've never seen the play, though. Or the movie.
My understanding is that the play is tolerable. I think I've seen it as an older movie. But anyway.
Prime Night. Ah, burn them, burn them.
Yep. Moving on. Let's watch an obese woman claim thin people aren't allowed to speak when a fat person is talking. Well, bitch, I'm fat and I say you should shut up.
Hi everyone, this is just a friendly reminder that if a fat person is talking about their own experience with fat phobia, their own experience with their body, with their fat body, their larger body, their plus size body, whatever they want to call it, that when a fat person is talking about their own shit, their own experience, whatever the fuck it is, that's not an invitation for thin people to insert themselves in a conversation that's not about them. Just so you know.
Well, what if you're a thin person who used to be fat? No, you're not. You're not marginalized, bitch. You go from one side to the other.
In a different intersection, because body size is one of them. Back to the point. It's not an invitation for thin people to just enter into the space of fat people to talk about themselves. No.
It's not a space for people to insert themselves into a conversation to talk about themselves. Says the bitch talking about herself. Callum Dynan says, find some Al Bundy and sewing fat people videos. It will help. Oh, yes. Dear.
I think Jimmy Carr labeled these people properly when he said they were chunky monkey wobble sloths.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big dude too. And I mean, I'd never say I was big boned. I'm big assed. I'm perfectly realistic about it.
I know that I'm a fat bastard.
Yeah.
And I know what the solution is too. I just don't want to.
Is this the same, like the chick in the video? Is this the same Amber Watkins that just above that video clip said that people should be taking responsibility for themselves?
I don't think so.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, dear God.
Where is she? Amber Watkins. What?
Just scroll down, slow down. A little more. Right here.
Yeah.
Amber Watkins. No, go up a little bit. Amber Watkins wrote, every time I turn around, there's a new group of marginalized people. I'm over it. When will people start taking responsibility for themselves? Now scroll down just a bit.
Yeah, that's the exact same tweet, numbnuts.
Yeah, is that the girl in
No,
the
it's
video,
not
though?
the fat bitch.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's basically saying, oh, fuck you marginalized.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh dear.
Callum Dayton says, or quotes you saying that you know you're a fat bastard. There's always someone fatter than you. Remember that Baron lookalike, guys.
Yep. Oh dear.
Fine night. Oi, listen here, fat wooby. Shut it. This won't fill your pie hole faster.
Yep. Eat more so you die quicker, and we don't have to deal with you.
Embrace the body positivity lifestyle.
Based on fat people
points
don't
out
fit
the
in the
same thing I
margins. Yep. Oh dear. Moving on. Nurse on OnlyFans fired due to co-workers watching her videos at work.
Yeah. I've got a mixed bag of feelings about this one. Starts with nice tits, but
Yeah. My first comment is nice tits. My second comment is she looks better in the picture on the left when you can't see those disgusting fucking tattoos.
True.
And then to add on to that, yes, I agree that they should have fired her, but they should also have fired her co-workers. Because she is bringing disrepute to the organisation, but her co-workers are watching porn at work.
My feeling is she probably didn't deserve to be fired nearly as much as the crowd that was watching her stuff.
I agree. But it's still reasonable to fire her because, I'm sorry, but maybe I don't want some bitch porn star treating me at this hospital.
Well, not only that, but you could have people faking illness trying to get to see her as well. So that's another issue.
That is another issue, isn't it? So let's look at the article.
I mean, when I was 15, I'd have tried it.
So, an OnlyFans creator who also works as a nurse has claimed she was let go to her job for being a distraction to her colleagues. In a TikTok with over 1.5 million views, the scum bitch explained that her main source of income is making OnlyFans content. So why is she a nurse? And for the last year and a half, she's also worked as a nurse for a nursing home group. So she started as an only hoe, and then got the other job. She was asked to work one day recently, but when she clocked in, she was immediately greeted by a woman that she'd never seen. Turns out that the nurses at one of the nursing homes had been looking at her social media and OnlyFans account while the bitch was out of the room and with patients.
Oh, wait a second. This is not what I thought it was originally. I thought originally this was male co-workers watching her stuff. It's not. This is feminism. Feminists canceling another woman for using her looks.
Based?
Well, I don't know. I support the grid girls. I don't think the land whales were right to have them fired, for example.
No. Right. So I can't bring it up on screen, but I found her Twitter. And her Twitter is your fave TikTok slut. I'm just a horny 22-year-old having fun. And then she posts actual porn on her Twitter. Yeah, I can't imagine why they might fire her. Yeah. Seriously.
She's just, well, it's not surprising she still has a Twitter.
Hold on, fuck it, I don't need to be in private, I don't care. Let me just have a look at this on the second screen. Yep. Oh, breaking news. Nurse who got fired due to co-workers watching her porn makes an adult video in her nurse uniform.
Professional.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, she's absolutely filthy. Yep, there's a picture of her before this from August 1st, sucking what appears to be a dildo. Another one with her completely naked. Yeah, can't imagine why they wouldn't want to be associated with this bitch. Monkey's like she was probably fired for not disclosing her second income. I mean, that'd certainly be an excellent point. But if I was running a hospital or a nursing home, and some hoe was making porn on the side, I'd absolutely fucking fire them. It'd be under the morality clause in the contract. Yeah, so the silly hoe says that the other woman said that she can't have that happening every time that I work, so she has to let me go. The main reason for letting me go is because they need a job more than I do. Like, they paid for my site so they could look, see, and look at the nurse's station while they're on the clock. Commenters urged her to file a wrongful termination complaint and to record everything in an email. No, shut up, bitch. You're disgusting.
Actually, to be fair, she probably does have a case. It's unfortunate that she would, but she probably does.
So the bitch added that she continues to nurse despite her successful Only Whores account, because the money she makes in the auto industry can vary so much. You never know what you're going to make on Only Whores. 1 month you can make 600, and 1 month you can make 50,000. Well, it's called saving, you silly bitch.
Yeah. I'm really tempted to set up an OnlyFans account just to do my woodworking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dear. It's fucking disgraceful.
I like this this fat daddy 8 fella. Are you on drugs or just ignorant of employment laws? She should sue the asses off the hospitals. She can't be fired for what she does away from her work unless it's illegal.
Well, that's just straight up not true.
Prostitution is technically illegal in a lot of places.
Yeah, but that's also straight up not true. Like, what about all these people that leftists get fired for doing legal things in public? Monkey's like, this is disgusting. What's her Twitter? Asking for a fan. It's Playgirl Jalen the Whore with 3 N's because she's a dumb bitch. How the fuck can this stupid whore pass a nursing anything? But yeah, if you can go see the stupid bitch suck off her boyfriend or some random stranger because she's a dumb whore. Don't you just enjoy how dumb whores think that they matter?
Yeah. I don't, she's a nurse. And still she decides to do things like this. Oh, she's protected her tweets now.
Did she?
Yeah. She's got a picture of a baby for background picture. At least I think it's the same girl.
No, probably
Kind
not.
of hard to tell.
No, it won't be. Unless it says your fave
Whatever.
TikTok slut. I've actually got the stupid host tweet up.
But
I
have no interest in seeing it, to be honest.
But
I went looking for it just to see what she was saying.
I can't believe that she fucking
decided. Pneumatic.
I can't believe the stupid bitch is like, oh, I got fired due to co-workers watching my porn, so I'll make an adult video on my nurse uniform. Well done. There goes any chance you had at a lawsuit. See, bringing disrepute to our organisation. Oh dear. Moving on. Dilbert comics stripped from nearly 80 newspapers.
Yeah, they yeeted Dilbert.
Yeah. Because poor Scott Adams isn't left enough for them. He's not right wing, but he's not left enough.
That's not even. They tried to allay that with this this sentence here. Lee Enterprises is a newspaper group that is majority owned by a large investment firm. Stopped running Bizarro and many other comics in their paper this last week.
And what was the name of that investment firm?
Yeah, that was my first question too. Lee Enterprises. It should be hard to find out who owns Lee Enterprises.
You'd be surprised. I had a look earlier and couldn't find jack shit. But
I'll have a go.
Anyway, I don't really care.
What's publicly traded?
Yeah. How about Beyond Meat? Vegan food executive accused of biting man's nose. How desperate for fucking meat do you need to be? He faces charges of terroristic threatening and third-degree battery. Oh, dear. So yeah, I'm just going to move on because fuck it. All I wanted was the headline. Up next. UN Human Rights Committee finds Australia violated Torres Strait Islanders' rights by failing to protect them from climate change. No, no, and no. Also, you're whining that it's Australia's fault. It's not, I don't know, China's fault or any other nation around.
Yep.
Also, how the fuck is it our problem?
Yeah, well, it's the UN. I mean, they're never going to do anything against China because, well, China fucking pays them.
Yeah. The committee said Australia had violated 2 of the 3 human rights set under the UN treaty. The right to enjoy their culture and be free from arbitrary interferences with their private life, family, and home. No, shut up, fuck off, and die. We should have killed them all.
No, that's not fair. Certainly
But
should
they're
have just
whining.
colonized them harder, though.
Yeah.
Billy Blog says biting the nose off someone is not very vegan. No, it's not, but it's pretty friggin' normal for a human being when you're pissed.
Yeah, but that's also kind of the point, Billy.
Yeah.
Irony.
Irony?
Yeah, what else do we have? Oh, it's that time of day again.
Ah, welcome. But wait, it gets worse.
Yeah. Run the intro, Bezek! The Sultans of Shadilay presents Nonce Watch.
Get in the chipper, bitch!
Right. VMUC Health will appoint a trans activist to accompany your child to get gender-affirming hormone therapy and make sure the doctors use the right pronouns. Trans Buddy.
Oh, this fucking bullshit.
The Trans Buddy program coordinator that looks like it's been hit by a bus.
Yes, a bus full of testosterone.
It's hideous. I don't know if it's meant to be a woman or a dude, or what it started out as.
Yeah. Yeah, this is clearly just an outgrowth of the indoctrination that's happening in schools. Now it's I believe it was Sargon actually put it this way. Now it's a member of the party or commissar, I think was the term he used.
Mm-hmm.
Just, accompanying you everywhere to make sure that you don't engage in wrong think.
Literally. So fucking dumb.
It's evil. It's not dumb anymore. We need to call it what it is. It's fucking evil.
It is. But you think that's bad? Well. Author who promotes eunuch as kids' gender identity advocates for ISIS. The author of the World's Professional Association on Transgender Health Standards of Care version 8's new chapter on eunuchs voluntarily becoming eunuchs or castrating themselves also co-wrote an opinion piece where he claimed that the Islamic State should castrate men in order to secure a successful caliphate.
Yeah?
So the pedo, child-mutilating psychopath is also a terrorist sympathizer.
Yeah, but wait now. He claims that the Islamic State should castrate men. Which men? Is he suggesting that the Islamic State return to Arabic tradition and start, enslaving Africans and cutting them up?
Possibly.
Or is he suggesting that the Islamic State should do that to their own members and thereby guarantee they will not have a successful caliphate because there won't be a next generation?
It's ludicrous, isn't it?
Oh, man.
So fucking daft. Right, what else do we have? It's more bullshit. The Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is training staff how to coerce parents to transition their child.
This is really good for us to know. So tell me, does your mom know about this?
Well, my mom's really unhappy about this, and she doesn't know about my friends calling me Amanda.
It's just more fucking evil. And Billboard Chris says the boy in this scenario has an eating disorder and has recently fainted, so all the staff collude how to twist mum's arm to transition her son. They're not interested in treating the eating disorder, they just blame gender.
Jesus.
The doctor meets with the mum and her boy using his real name and asks the mum to leave the room. The second mum is gone, the doctor uses a female
right
name.
Where the alarm bell should be going off.
And says the best way to deal with his health is to start a conversation with his mum. It's a cult, straight a cult. Then all the staff gang up on the mum. Yep, lock her in a corner and gang up on her, guilt-tripping her into going along with the diversion that a boy is a girl.
Tristan, yes, I am aware that the Ottomans employed eunuch janissaries. However, the issue I had was that the clarity in that guy's statement was not really there. Was he actually advocating enslaving more Africans or not? That was my issue.
Yeah, but either way, eunuchs aren't a great idea because it turns out testosterone's helpful.
Yes. And contrary to Game of Thrones, the Unsullied would not be particularly threatening because they'd all be under 5 feet tall.
Speaking of Muslims, let me introduce you to Muhammad, who raped a 15-year-old girl.
Oh. So he wants to get the hell kicked out of himself? You gotta do 6 years in a young offenders instead? Oh.
A teenager who persistently harassed and sexually assaulted a girl 15 on her way home from school has been sentenced to 6 years. That's actually surprisingly long. So, Muhammad was arrested in November last year after a 15-year-old girl alleged that... Well, it's not an allegation anymore, fuckhead. After the 15-year-old girl said that she'd been raped on a walk home from school in Harlow, Essex. So this piece of shit persistently harassed the victim before leading her to a quiet hidden area before sexually assaulting her. After his arrest, his phone was seized by police and messages showed his involvement. He was then charged with the rape of a girl under 16 and the sexual assault of a girl of 13 or over. Fucking hell.
He's 19.
Not, where?
I had to go and find the link for it.
He's 19 and he got only fucking 6 years in a Young Offenders Institute.
Yeah. But he's not a young offender. That's part of the issue. Here, I'll send you the link.
This is fucking ludicrous. Yep, 19-year-old. So an adult man who raped a 15-year-old girl. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, he might have been.
Oh, look at
as
that
young as
title.
17 at the time.
Look at that title. Basildon Man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No.
They
Fucking.
might as well have called him a British national.
Yeah. Piece of shit. Muslim scum fucking immigrant douchebag. Waste of oxygen. Just Armstrong says, setting aside the rest of the story, seizing phones and reading people's mail really should be disallowed by the Fourth Amendment. Yet then he's like, oh, wait, he's British. Never mind. They don't have rights.
No rights for the Brits. Yeah, no. You gotta be American if you want rights.
Yeah. And even then, the Fourth Amendment only allows the seizing of phones as evidence, and they still need a warrant to get into it, but there's no requirement to actually help them with it. So get good encryption on your phone.
Callum says he's heading off to paint some miniatures for Zone Mortalis.
Ooh, that's cool. Whatever it is, it sounds cool if he's doing some painting.
Yeah, it's true. I'm
Very
guessing
nifty.
that's something similar to Warhammer.
Yeah, it's got to be some type of tabletop thingy.
I wouldn't know. I'm not an Anglo weeb. Yeah, this is pretty fucking sick. I mean, this guy at the youngest was 17 when this happened, and they're going to give him 6 years.
Yeah.
At this point, they could have charged him as an adult.
They
initially.
should have.
Yeah.
And then they should have hung
He was
him.
charged with 2 serious sexual offenses,
including rape. So only 6 fucking years. What's he gonna fucking learn? And he'll only be 25 when he gets out. Young enough to rape more.
Oh, the term is Tiaboo. Sorry, student of history.
Mm-hmm. So, up next we have California. Gays Against Screamers slams
Okay.
California school board for pushing gender transition on students.
Good.
It's fucking ludicrous. District
Ironically,
intends
Gays
to
Against Screamers
teach.
are doing the Lord's work.
Yep, they are. The district intends to teach transgenderism to children under the age of 10 without parental consent.
What does his shirt say? Does it say groom dads, not kids?
Groom dogs, not kids. Student History's like, guy got 6 years for rape. No, rape and sexual assault. They charged him with both, and he's still only got 6 years.
In a youth offenders facility.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, put him in ass fuck prison.
Oh, he'll just come out as an angry Muslim.
Yeah. So up next,
Which is probably how he's going to go in anyway.
yeah, well, yeah. So let's see. Up next, we have not so much nonce watch, but it's kids getting fucked over in a different way. City kids seeking therapy after unending exposure to vagrants and addicts. New York
New York! Fuck New York!
New York City school kids are losing their minds over the zonked out drug addicts and raving vagrants they encounter every day and are flocking to therapists to find ways to cope with stress. In neighborhoods such as Hell's Kitchen, a lot of kids are now in therapy. My daughter has seen everything from fornication, masturbation, defecation, urination, you name it. She has seen it consistently and constantly. She's in a constant state of panic. The little girl gets upset when she sees the dying people, the junkies who look dead, whom she thinks no one is helping.
Because no one is helping them.
Yep. My kid asked me to move. We've considered leaving the city. It's hard. Well, just leave.
Oh, but it's New York. It's a cultural wonderland.
Now, the city funneled thousands of homeless people to Hell's Kitchen, living in the area's hotels after the pandemic started. Oh, great, that. The move led to high-profile crimes, including the brutal March 2021 beating of a Filipino-American woman walking to church allegedly in the hands of the convicted killer Brandon Elliott, who was living at a nearby
this was one of the ones
hotel.
that was probably on video.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, lots and lots of crimes. Yeah, here's a random dude just fucking unconscious on the sidewalk as poor kids have to pass by. Random fucking homeless person in a kid's playground. It's fucking unbelievable.
Back to that last image. There was somebody in the background there.
I think that's just a
right there.
random
guy digging through the trash.
Is he?
Oh no, okay, he's walking by. No, he's walking by.
I think
sorry,
he's
I was
just
looking-
walking by.
Yeah, misinterpreting the image.
Yeah. It's fucking sick. Absolutely fucking sick. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Think of the children, since the mayor obviously isn't.
Who is the mayor of New York now?
Oh my god, I don't even
Blasio?
want to know. Yeah, I think, is it still de Blasio? It could be. Who cares?
Prime Knight points out if they can afford to live in New York, they can move. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Depopulate the cities via a new Homesteaders Act. Shit, I'd hop on that.
Student
just to
History
get
and
the fuck
Prime
out of my
Night both
state.
say Eric Adams.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, that's the nobody's allowed to carry a handgun in New York anymore.
Yeah.
Unless they're rich or famous.
Despite
Or
the fact
both.
that the Supreme Court screwed over their previous rules, and then they
Yes.
changed them, and well, that's going to go to court and get thrown out almost immediately, isn't it?
Justice Thomas dropping the hammer.
Yep, the base black man.
Where?
Yes, you know, that in the background. Yeah, it's so fucking ridiculous. Let's see what else we have. Yeah. Da. Yeah. Yeah, that's about all we've got, I think.
I'm just having a quick scan through to see if there's anything worth talking about.
Yeah, same.
Here in Canada.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be working out.
No. And I really don't want to have to do this, but I'm going to try Newfoundland and diversity.
Yeah, I saw the Biden thing primed, but there doesn't seem to be a huge amount in it. It's just him being stupid.
Now they're talking
Where
about
it's
his
like,
cultural diversity.
She was 12, I was 30. Biden leaves US stunned in teacher's speech. So President Pedo shocked viewers at his Friday speech to teachers when he recognised an audience member and told the crowd she was 12, I was 30. It's like, what?
Oh, I thought he was talking about his wife.
Yeah, and Biden lit up social media with the confounding and seemingly inappropriate aside. He did not say what he did when he was 30 and the woman was a preteen. It's like, who cares? It's like, he's a blithering idiot. It could mean anything. It could be innocent, or he could have actually been molesting the silly bitch.
I don't see how innocent it could be if they were associating closely enough that he remembers that she was 12.
I mean, well, you gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done. Yeah, that's a bit weird. But how can we possibly know what it is? It is creepy.
Well, to be fair, there's very little Biden does that isn't creepy in some fashion.
Well, this is true, isn't it?
Tristan Armstrong says he's just begging to get 25th at this point. There is no way in hell they will 25 this guy, because that would leave them stuck with Kamala Harris. If they did that,
yeah, I think that's
they would be very sorry for it. And nobody likes Kamala Harris. Not even Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, isn't it? But yeah, bugger it. I think that's about it for the day. Which is surprising.
What have we got, about an hour before white pills anyway?
Yeah, well, only about an hour. There's not a huge amount of the stuff we can't talk about, so I don't think it's terribly worth going over to Odyssey, and I'm hungry and tired, so we might make it an early one today.
That'll work for me. I think I have some company coming shortly.
Oh, excellent timing then.
Did we see the bomb pic? And yes, Billy, Biden is very much a scent-based predator.
Remembers by his sniff. Did you see the bomb pic? There was a bomb pic? Where are we looking at here?
I've showed.
Oh, this one. Was there a bombing of peace, was there?
Somewhere in Britain, I assume.
Yeah, it looks like Sweden, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, another bombing of peace.
Another hand grenading of peace.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Prime Knight says it was Solna in Sweden.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
So this is more right-wing violence, I assume, than Primed?
Clearly right-wing violence.
Yes. It's all those right-wing Muslim extremists.
Yeah.
The video. Oh, Billy Blogs is asking us to play the video of Biden getting lost on stage. Well, Billy, you've probably seen it, so I don't think there's really any point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Billy posted it, so yeah. No, we'll wind things up here. So, yeah, it's up in about an hour and 10 minutes. We've got White Pills. We have plans to do a lot of gaming this week, so hold out for that if we can kidnap everyone appropriately. Don't forget to go check out all the other channels. My personal channel, Bezic1000, Ardent's channel at Ardent Can't Thumbnail.
.com. I'm going to
Yeah.
copyright that.
Check out Prime Knight's new modern medieval action channel and bully him to produce more content.
Check out Christopher Everard's book. Check out his Kickstarter. Check out his webpage. Check out his YouTube. Check out my stream tomorrow when I'll be promoting both him and James Craig's new stuff.
Yes, and don't forget to poke him if he hasn't remembered to add an English title and description to that video. Because he's a good boy, but he's a bit forgetful.
And also, just a note that I will be going on vacation after tomorrow for 2 weeks. Which basically just means I won't be producing any content online, but I will be working behind the scenes. One of the things I'm going to work on is fucking thumbnails.
Excellent. Yeah, let me know if you need some help or some tutorials or something.
I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a template that I can just grab a picture of and just drop on top of it.
That would be the smart thing to do.
Way.
It is.
Yeah.
I have lots of ways.
Rip Ardent.
Yeah, Solicit has popped in and says, have fun. Yeah. G'day, and yes, we will try to have. Don't forget to join us in the Discord if you haven't already. As our old friend the Holtzinator says, don't forget to check the description for other ways to support us. And yes, we will smell you all later. Have fun on Shadilay, folks.
And one last thing I want to shill before we shut off here. Hopefully the weather gets a little better today because the wind is a little too high for me to do any work in the shed. If it gets better this evening, I plan to do a woodworking live stream. But as usual, it's random because I never know what the weather's going to do.
I ain't like the truth.
Yeah. Okay. Other than that, Shadilay, everybody.
Yeah. Keep your eyes out on Shadilay, everyone.